Hey there, my name is Coaster, and you're watching the Necromancer's playthrough of my SSF Pacifist challenge series. If you're unfamiliar with the challenge, no worries, I made an introduction video where I go over all the details and the rules and all that stuff. You can find that in the description. I would also like to mention real quick that when I recorded the narration of this video, I was very tired and coming down with something. It's not perfect. I'll do better next time. Thank you very much. Enjoy. Alright, Necromancer start. We call this guy Ethical Necromancer because he doesn't like violence and death. So that's as ethical as it gets for a Necromancer. We're going to start off by telling Warreef to shut the hell up. And moving on to dropping our weapon. Because we don't need it, we're a pacifist. We're going out in the wilderness. We're looking for points of interest that we can exploit to facilitate our goals. On this exploding shrine, I tried to use it to kill off all these guys, and it didn't work. It was a complete failure, and we got clobbered trying to pick up this armor. And we decided to flee like a coward that we are. And on our flight back home, crying, we found this house here, which is quite perfect because it's got a chest in it. And the chest has a high chance of giving us some valuable items that we can sell for money, so we can purchase some items that can help us. One of the main, benefactor to our quest here is going to be Charcy, because she sells some armors that we can use to facilitate our goals. Notably, this there's this shield that I was trying to purchase right here. That thing. Attacker takes damage. Oh, that's going to be our main offensive option for this Necromancer for a while. What that mod does is retaliation damage, pretty much. So we found a bunch of stuff here. We're playing players 8, so we get heightened chance of drop. And none of this stuff we can use anyway, so we're just selling it. And here we found a ship's skull. Now, ship's skull is going to be one of the most important items in the game for now, because as you can see, if you put it into a shield, it gives us attacker takes damage of 4. Now, what this mod does is any monster that tries to hit us will get hit with 4 damage, regardless of if they hit us or not. And so that's going to be how we're going to be dealing damage to monsters and leveling up and getting abilities and so on. So these skulls are extremely important for us. Got a helmet. Always check the bed, never know. Some extra stuff. And the rock behind it too. Got a ring, but 1 energy is actually not usable for us. It does nothing for us. So we might as well sell it and get that 1k gold instead. So we're doing our 10 runs here. Trying our best to capitalize on the gold. We're going to need a lot of it.
Impossible.
You see those yellow circles? That's when they attack us and the attacker takes damage of procs. A jewel. Jewels are great in the early run because it's good money and it's a way to get mods that we don't normally get. Now we bought this armor that gives attacker takes damage of 1, so now we deal 2 damage every time someone tries to hit us. We can just stand still and deal damage when they're trying to clobber us. So that's foreshadowing our future here. That's pretty much how we're going to be fighting. It's the only way we have, actually. We just stand there and this guy just wails at us and he slowly takes damage. And that's our lives from now on. Pretty much. Our first kill. So that's how we're going to be leveling up. And our first level up, I decide to invest a point in Amplify damage. Now, Amplify damage is a curse that reduces, well, pretty much essentially doubles your damage, physical damage dealt. And it also affects attacker takes damage of. So now we doubled our damage pretty much. The next point I'm going to put into Bone Armor, which gives you a buffer to physical damage. It absorbs some of it. So you're more tanky with it. And we're just chaining up the levels up here, feeling more and more confident.
What can I do for you?
So we went back to Charcy, and we bought a belt that gives us +1 damage, so essentially +2 damage because we're doubling it. And now we feel confident enough to take on like bigger crowds, which is quite important because otherwise it's gonna take forever. We're slowly leveling up here. I decided to invest a bit. My vitality is a bit of a problem here, so we bought this socketed helm that I put a ruby in for some HP, and I bought a 2-socketed shield that I buffed with the skull, and now we're doing a lot more damage. So I decided to be a bit more bold with my attacks. We went to camp some Bishibosh. But Bishibosh is a bit problematic because the crowds are huge and he shoots fire, so it's kind of difficult to farm this guy. So I gave up. And I moved on to the stony field where we found these cairn stones. Rakinichu, the blue little goblin over there, is actually quite dangerous, so should be really careful. He causes the death of many of the hardcore characters because he's lightning enchanted. He throws off lightning when you hit him. And he's fast. But we didn't really struggle because we're not offensively pursuing these guys. But they're not like all charging us at once. But you see here, he's attacking us, and his attack are pretty much devastating. We managed to kill him. Now there's a huge pack of skeletons attacking us. We picked a spot where we can't get surrounded. We can still back off if we want. And we're just stacking up the kills here, getting a bunch of XP. That's fantastic. So I put a point in corpse explosion. You're going to say, like, how come you put a point in there? It's not allowed. It is. Oh, nice. Nice pair of boots. Upgrade. But it is allowed. It's just that I can't use it offensively. But I'm not. It's not against the rules to purchase to put points in skills that we can't use. Essentially. So gear upgrades there, and we bought the mercenary, and we gave her a bow. So now we have another helper on our quest to defeating evil. And this one is actually quite helpful because there's one weakness to attacker takes damage of. It does not reflect magical attacks, and it does not reflect ranged attacks. And as you can see in this cave, there's a lot of that. And normally, if we only had attacker takes damage of, we would have no way of retaliating against any of that stuff. With the mercenary, she can take care of them. So you can see here, there's a big mob of them. And I tried to use the stairs to like cause a choke point to allow the mercenary to help. But the lightning was a bit too much for me. I got scared a little bit, backed off. Mercenary's taking her time. She's helping. We're slowly getting through them. And the bone armor that we have also does nothing against these lightning attacks. So very damaging for us. But we managed to get through relatively unarmed. That was pretty good. So that's the merit of having the archer with us. And there's a ring. And it's the first ring that we can actually use. Some resistances, very nice. I mean, it's not very nice, but it's something, you know. It's beggars can't be choosers, right? Level up here, we got level 12, and she leveled up as well. And that unlocked a new tier skill, which is Bone Wall. Going to be a staple on this character. We're going to be using a lot of Bone Wall to do crowd control. A very useful skill here. I went back to the Den of Evil since now we have like actual DPS, and we cleared it for the sake of it.
Is that enough to earn the rogue's trust?
And it went pretty easily, as expected. Honestly, +1 skill normally would be really helpful. But on this character, it's kind of like a meh, you know? It doesn't really do anything for us. It does, but it's not like significant. Now, these guys are quite dangerous normally, but we handled this really well. This was not a sweat. Like, we didn't struggle. Usually, like, this is the kind of like thing that you really have a hard time with. This is players 8, and we're doing quite well. Pretty much snoozing through the whole thing. Barely paying attention here. Looking for like potions while this guy keeps clobbering us. We don't care. We simply don't care. Picked up this armor, and it's slightly better than what she has, so I just quickly replaced it.
This tree shines with inner spirit.
Got the scroll. Went back to the stones. This shield looks good. But it's not. But it's worth a lot, so we kept it.
All that's left of proud Tristram are ghosts and ashes.
This place, yeah.
Deckard Cain, if you value your life, leave here immediately.
I tried to bank on these guys to try to get some quick XP, but there's too many of these little runts, and the shamans themselves, like, they're quite they just bombard us with magic fireballs. My HP just gets destroyed here, and the mercenary is not helpful. Actually, just walking around constantly because of like the amount of targets. So I gave up. I saw that this is not working out. I gave up on the fight. So this guy's gonna identify items for us for free, which is nice. We leveled up. We're gonna put a point in. We're gonna eventually get Bone Prison, so we have to put a point in Bone Spear eventually when we get the chance. But until then, I'm gonna keep putting points in Bone Armor. She gave us a ring, and a ring is something. We put it on. Why not? It's not great, but eh. It's not bad either. It's fine. To the tower we go. We're gonna be camping this for the 10 runs that we're allowed to do, because this is a good place to get runes in this game. She always drops at least one rune, so pretty good spot to be. Level up. She's fire enchanted, so she's gonna explode on death. And Eth rune, fantastic. That's actually a good rune drop, because that's the first half that you need for. You need 2 runes for a stealth, which gives really good bonuses, and it's one of the 2 runes that you need for that. So really good find. Very happy.
Well done.
The sisterhood welcomes you.
By the way, these recordings, they're this commentary. It's done on the fly, so if I hesitate or stuff, it happens. This charm is very good, and we're probably going to end up keeping it all the way to the end of the playthrough here. Some fire resistance, some life. Very welcome.
I need mana.
These guys are cursed. Curse is I mean, it's amplified damage, basically. They will give you amplified damage if they hit you. Very dangerous to have. That can get you killed pretty quickly. So if you get cursed, you want to back off and get rid of that as soon as possible. So I backed off, and I got the mercenary to reposition herself so that she could help instead of just like standing and gawking like she always does. Mercenaries in this game are a bit of a pain. They're kind of dumb, and it's going to be a recurring theme. I'm going to be complaining about them a lot in this playthrough. Terrune, not great, but not terrible. It's okay. We got a replacement for an amulet. Fire resistance on it. Brow rune, excellent rune. And we went to purchase a new bow for the archer, since she's so helpful. I mean, she tries to be at least. And we got this higher damage one. Since we're using amplified damage, we want to get the higher base damage because it gets further amplified by our curse.
I'll put that to good use.
So the main weakness that we have is archers and mages and such, because we can't really retaliate against them. We rely on the mercenary doing her job, and that's a bit of a liability in itself. She's pretty bad at it. We'll put another point in bone armor. Talrun. Alright.
Good day.
So I went to shop a little bit. Saw this armor 3 sockets. I picked it up and I gave it to the mercenary for
That to good use.
added benefits.
Greetings.
Then I was looking for more things. I found this 3 socket shield, which we're gonna use eventually for socketing. And we did find the armor that we need to make a stealth. So now that we have that, I can put the Tal and the Eth rune in it, and it gives us a bunch of things here. Faster cast rate, faster run walk, which is nice, and some resistances and such. So quite a good rune word to get at the beginning, and all the way through to the end even. So we continue trying to farm some runes, since we have a few runs allowed to us. A few more runs at least. And we'll level up. It's good XP. Although I keep saying that, you know, extra skill points don't really matter, which is true, by the way, but stat points do matter. And the more levels we get, the more stats points we get. So I mean, that's at least beneficial for sure. Another Tau rune. And another Eth rune. So now we can make another stealth if we need to replace or upgrade the one that we were already wearing. I went and picked up this 3-socketed bow and kept it in storage. We're gonna need that for later. I finished, I think, the 10 runs, and I decided to move on. I actually lost the footage of going through the jail. It happens. It's gonna happen a few times where we're gonna lose some footage. I apologize for that, but there's nothing I can do really. So we're in the Catacombs level 4, and this fight actually went surprisingly well. So I took advantage of the fact that the mercenary went to the left there, and I aggroed Andy towards me away from her. She's the ranger. She's fire damage, and Andariel is actually weak to fire. So it's quite beneficial for us. And I'm having her face away from the mercenary. I'm just taking these antidote potions to keep my resistance up while she shoots it.
The hell that spawned you, Andaria?
And the fight went without a hitch. We really like breezed through this. This is still players 8, and I did not struggle like one bit. It was very easy. Very, very easy. Picked up everything. I didn't bother with like quest glitching and quest bugging and all that. It's not worth my time really. Found a nice ring. Much better than what we had. We don't care for MF really. And cold resist, which is better than what the other ring is, so I think I'll replace it. Yeah, we did.
I bet.
We went to hire a new mercenary. We got a prayer mercenary because a prayer heals you, and as a punching bag, getting healed periodically is a good deal, right? We went and purchased a pole arm for the mercenary, something that he can use to deal a lot of damage. And these pole axes are the best you can get early on at this level for these mercenaries. So we tried to gamble for a good one that deals a lot of damage. And we have some gold stockpiled, so we can go on quite a bit with the purchases here. We're trying to roll something nice. We have one that's okay, but we want something good. And we got it. Prevent monster heal doesn't actually apply because there's a bug where the mercenary doesn't actually apply prevent monster heal. Everything else is good, and since we're using amplified damage, like we said, it's quite nice. I use this helmet to socket the 2 jewels I got that give damage. This one gives plus 10% enhanced damage globally, and the other one gives 20 poison damage over 2 seconds. So this is quite nice. It improves his damage quite a lot. Plus our amplified damage that's going to be even more significant. And I bought this 2-socketed helmet as a reserve for... Actually, no, I used it to socket it with fire resistance. So I used a jewel first, and then I used a Ra rune. I could have used 2... I do have 2 Ra runes. Could have used both. But I decided to be conservative because, you know, I already spent my 10 runs of Countess. And I don't know if I'm ever going to find another Ra runes in this difficulty. So I don't want to be caught like with my pants down and unable to do what I need. So I decided to go conservative with my spending of runes there. I went with the jewel instead.
I'll put that to good use.
And that's our first set item. Really worthless to us, but it's nice. It does factor in our KSS score. Probably saw it jump there. Yeah. So we're happy to get them. Keep them coming. Listen, it doesn't matter if it's good or not to us. Sometimes it's the little things, right? The little pleasures. And sometimes it's not necessarily about the destination, but the journey to get there, you know, right? So don't worry about the details. Here, we're keeping the Unravelers blinded so we can kill their mobs without them reviving them faster than we can kill them. And we're keeping an eye on our armor and everything. And I'm doing a poor job at that because I got distracted by that rune. So I get hit a lot there since we didn't have our shield anymore. We managed to kill the whole mob. And we got our Pelagic cube here. I lost interest in the Unravelers. I couldn't be bothered with them. I moved on. Super unique. This is going to be a rule of thumb. Whenever I get to come across a super unique, I'm going to stop the fight. Because super uniques have enhanced chance at dropping items. They usually drop 2 magical items at least. 2 like premium items. Instead of 1. So we're always going to stop for them. None of them were good, but we never know. You never know, so we're stopping. Lost City, and there's a super unique right there, so we're gonna stop. What do we mean by super unique? Basically, it's a boss monster that is static to a region. So every time he's going to be there, or it's going to be there, always spawns exactly at the same place, same area. Well, same area, same region, I should say. Like Rakinishu is 1, Corpse Fire is 1, that one is 1, Eldritch, you know, these kind of monsters that are always there. That's a super unique.
Not enough mana.
Like this one right here, the Salamander here is a super unique. Now the play here was to choke them in that corner over there on top, but the mercenary kind of screwed that up. I was forced to intervene to try to help him by casting Life Tap here. What Life Tap does is it converts all physical damage dealt melee damage dealt into direct HP leech to yourself. So if you hit on 100 damage, you're gonna leech 100 life. Very helpful for keeping something alive, because as long as you're hitting something, you're gonna get health back. And I was forced to use that here to get out of that mess, because Mercenary sabotaged us. We had a perfect plan, and he ruined it. Of course he did. Maggot Lair. Now this is an area that everybody hates. Everybody hates. And the reason is, it's just really painful to go through. Narrow hallways or tunnels, one at a time.
I can't.
Mercenary being a pain in the butt. And lots of scarabs in here. Oh, chipped skull. Yeah, so I left some of that footage just so you can see like how painful it is to navigate that place. This is the Queen Chamber. We don't have to kill this thing, but might as well. It is a super unique, but usually sometimes I'll just ignore it because it can be quite slow or challenging to kill it. But sometimes I just give up on it because she spawns infinite of those larvas, and it just becomes like a huge mob of an uncontrollable mob to try to quell, and it's sometimes not possible. So we stop to fight this guy. He's always here. Sometimes he's like he spawns randomly around this floor, this area. Sometimes he's not around, but since he was here this time, I tried to fight him. I was very cautious with this guy because he is fire enchanted, so every time he hits us, he also hits us with fire damage, and he explodes on death. But luckily this time he didn't do anything bad for us.
Fantastic. I wish I had time to study this bizarre dimension.
So went north, but turns out it was towards the east, so right. I used Bone Wall here to try to attract the mobs out of that area on top. And turns out I just aggroed everybody but the people I wanted to attract. And since I had already attracted everyone, I was like, you know what the heck, let's just make another one so that we can get everybody, you know, and just stragglers. Yeah, these guys didn't bite. I bone prisoned him so that we could control his attacks a little bit while we took care of his friends. Cool.
I can't.
We went to go kill Radamant here before we moved on. Radamant here is an unraveler, of course, a mummy, so quite a pain. He actually gave me a bit of a scare because he has really devastating poison damage. At least for me, I don't have good resist to it. And there's a huge mob around me, and I got stuck there. I can't move. I'm trying to like move them out of my face so I can escape. And I'm trying to drink potions to try to mitigate the poison damage while keeping an eye on the mercenary. And as you can see, my health is like critically low, and I'm trying to like offset potions and everything. And this random mob starts hitting me. My health is really low. My health potion is not helping me. So I ran. I just saw the writing on the wall there, and I just ran away because I was most likely going to die, let's be honest. some really potent poison damage. Trying to get it. There we go. There it is, Book of Skills. Actually, Book of Skills is not very helpful. Like I said, we don't really care for +1 to skill. But we do get slightly better prices in town. So off to the 2. We went back quickly for a better belt. Got a lightning resist one, but 4 slots. Very nice. But more potions. And we came back to this huge mob. And I want you to witness like the level of despair that you can experience, you know, as a pacifist in a mob like that. Like, that's stressful. Luckily, like, our stats, our defensive stats are quite good. So we're doing well. But like, this is very, this is a dire situation. And because we're stuck in it, I mean, there's no escaping it. So we might as well just face it. Deal with it, but man. Good thing we're immune to, almost immune to lightning, because holy crap. That turned out well, but if you know that, if you play this game, you know that that situation is not good. Like, most people would have died there. Like, it was not unthinkable, you know, to think like, oh man, this guy's gonna die here. And that survival made me a bit bold, so I decided to take on that doorway head on. I shouldn't have done that. I survived it, but that could have easily gone the wrong way. But it didn't, thankfully. Could have. In hardcore, you need to be treating everything as if it can kill you, because otherwise, like, you know, you'll overestimate your abilities and then you'll die. So part of the strategy here is to get a Act 1 mercenary, because the problem with Duriel is that he has getting her a bow real quick here. The problem with Duriel, he has Holy Freeze, and Holy Freeze really slows down like anybody that's close by. So if we get like an Act 2 mercenary, he's going to get you know, attacked by Duriel with his knockback and his Holy Freeze, and he's not going to be able to get any hits in, and he's going to die. So with this, we can just trap him like that, and then we can let the mercenary do her job of shooting him down. It's slow, but it gets the job done, and we're not under stress here. We're rather calm and collected, and we just wait it out while she shoots. But she's dumb, of course she is, so she's gonna allow him to get close to her. Not only that, but she's actually gonna get close enough to get hit there, and she's not doing what want her to do. She's staying in range of his aura, so I was forced to relocate there with a portal. Super annoying.
I need mana.
Yeah, so this is basically it. We just trap him, cast amplify damage on him, we just wait it out. This is in player 1, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe I left it player 8, I'm not sure, I don't remember. No, I did put it player 1, because the thing is, when you perform a quest on an act boss, they get a drop bonus, so it doesn't matter. Like, you don't need to leave it on players 8. It doesn't make a difference, actually.
Impossible.
And the drops were quite atrocious. We didn't get anything good. We're just all gonna sell it. And off we go to freeing Tyrael.
Greed, I came too late. Now, destruction is let loose upon the world once more.
This is easily like the worst part of this act. Walking in town to get out. I think everybody unanimously hates it. We went back though. We gotta get our mercenary back. We went back to prayer. I should have picked blessed aim. I didn't, but I should have. In hindsight, I would do that. But so I would recommend you get blessed aim instead of prayer. But I mean, at the time, I didn't really think about that. Since I hadn't played a pacifist before, I tried to go with safety first. And in hindsight, I would not do that. So we got lucky. The Flare Jungle was right next to town, and the Gidbin also. It's really close. Got extremely lucky. There's the mercenary failing to do his job, staying away from us while he should be like on top of us. He's got us swarmed, so I decided to just jump in with him, since we're getting swarmed anyway.
This is a powerful weapon. Perhaps Ormus can tell me more about it.
Got the Gidbin. Go to Ormus. He gives you a ring.
This magic ring.
It's not bad. It's definitely not bad. I think it's better than that, but we kept it. We didn't put it on. And this amulet is actually really nice. 30 lightning resistance, some damage reduced. That's actually fantastic. A great drop there. I kept it, of course, because this is solo self-bound, and depending on our needs later, we might need it, right? Yeah, so this area is very difficult to deal with. Lots of these little bastards, and the shamans just spitting fire at you, traps everywhere. It's just overall not a great place to be. You have to be careful though, because on some of these floors there's these dolls, these Stygian dolls or whatever they're called. They're like little skeletons that explode when you kill them, and they deal physical damage, but like a lot of it. And they can easily kill you. Your mercenary can inadvertently kill them next to you and kill you in the process. It's happened to me a few times. And there's these little shaman guys that spit fire like that. It hurts a lot. What's nice about them though is when they're a boss, I love them because both enemies of that, like the one on the top and the one on the bottom here, count as one unit. So like this boss is actually two bosses in one, and you'll get two chances at loot killing them. So it's really nice. And we got the Jade statue there, which is nice because we don't have to go back to the Spider Cavern. Not Spider Cavern, sorry. We don't have to like move around in like the first area. We just got it here. So we don't need to go back.
A worthless statue. Perhaps I can trade this for something better.
Which is good.
I am overburdened. Back in.
So the statue you traded off to Alcor here for a potion. It gives you 20 to life permanently. We went back to get the other organ. See this warfare, this strategy of putting up a wall like this? It's going to be our main combat strategy for like the remainder of this run. Because spears, you can reach over. It has long reach. So you can reach over the wall, well at least the mercenary can. But the spiders cannot. And so we're going to use crowd control here to narrow down like the hallway and block it off with a bone wall that we can reach over and have them kill them while they can't fight back. That's how we're gonna end up killing like a lot of the monsters. These guys can be quite dangerous because they use frenzy and they stun. So we're gonna use this bridge here to manage them. We like I said, the last strategy, We build a bridge, We build a wall, and we use the long reach of the spear to reach over. They can't, and then we just slowly kill them. That's pretty much the strat here. So we kind of shifted from a offensive combat tank to a strategist here. I used terror to move them away from us while we focus on the boss, give us some breathing room here. And this fight went without a hitch. Like, it was super easy. We didn't even struggle. These leapers, everybody hates them. I hate them. I didn't even waste time on them. Level up. Keep leveling up bone armor. Makes us extra tanky. Getting close to level 30. Level 30 we get new skills. Do we? I'm not even sure. I don't think we do actually. Ruined Temple for the book, the black book. And this is an example right here of the mercenary. So he was right behind me, right? You saw that when I went in. But he's gone now. He's gone to the top. He's, I don't, if you can see top left, he's over there. So I went in. He was behind me a second ago. I went in thinking like, oh, I'm gonna block the first, like the doorway, and he's gonna be behind me attacking him. No, he just left. He just left and abandoned me in that huge mob. And look at what situation we're in because of him. Like, look at how desperate this is. It went from perfectly fine to desperation, all because of this stupid mercenary. And this is going to be like a common theme. Like, we're getting meteorites, we're getting hit from all sides. Yeah, just terrible. And this is going to happen like many times. This whole playthrough. The mercenary are just such a plague. And we rely upon them because we're pacifist. If I was an offensive character, I could just be like, screw mercenary. I'm just not gonna bother with you. If you die, whatever, right? But I can't because I need this guy. We survived, but it was very stressful. Oh yeah, and I lost footage of the Travincal. Travincal went fine. We used Bone Prison to keep them separated and prevent them from running away and heal themselves. We used blind, dim vision, to prevent others from healing others, and we whittled them down to nothing pretty quickly. Thanks. Screw you. Hate you. Yeah, so editing on this video is very minimal, as you can tell. I'm not going to waste time with transitions and all that stuff. And the recorded narration is not perfect. I'm not reading a script. This is all like on the fly here. So you'll have to forgive me if I mispronounce stuff, if I stutter and stuff like that. I can't control it. But this is meant to be like some kind of like easygoing playthrough here. I'm not going for like perfection, so just keep that in mind, all right? This is meant to be fun for me as well, for both you and I. And so just take this as if like it was like some kind of stream, except that I cut out the super long and boring parts, and I just kept the less long and less boring parts. This guy came in like a rocket, so we're gonna use Decrepify on him. Some people think that Decrepify and amp damage are the same, so they'll say like, oh, why would you use amp damage if you have a Decrepify? Because actually amp damage is way more efficient on amplifying the damage dealt. But the Decrepify is good for slowing down enemy attack speed and animations. And so in situations where you want the enemies to attack faster, it's not good to use the Crepify. But if in other situations like this guy where he's super fast, you want him to slow down, then the Crepify is actually better. Or on some bosses when you want them to like not enact all their animations, you know, then the Crepify is really good. But it's not like one or the other. It's both. We're not going to just use one and take the other. This is a mistake I see quite often in playthroughs. People who don't understand the difference between the two. They think one is the lesser version of the other, which is not true at all.
My brothers have escaped you.
Impossible. Impossible.
Alright, so we took aggro on this fight. And we're basically going to keep this stats window open to monitor our resistances. And we're just going to keep like eating thawing and antidote potions to keep our health up while we recast our shield, our bone armor, I mean. And we keep amplify damage on because it's the best for dealing damage. We don't care if like he attacks slower. And we've handled the whole fight
Good journey, Mephisto. Give my regards.
without too much of a hitch. Loots were atrocious, of course. But other than that, it went well. I'm just in a hurry to get out of this act. This act is arguably the worst in the game. I'm not a big fan of Act 3. I don't think anybody is. So this thing is slightly better than the one we had before. So I replaced it. Sold all the crap. I put on the new amulet, the lightning resistance amulet. I didn't throw this one away just yet. I will later. Because Act 4 has a lot of like lightning damage dealing monsters, and it's really important that we max out lightning resistance. Plane of Despair. These guys were in the way, so we cast Terror to get them out of our faces. And we rush forward. We got lucky here. We didn't get the spawn of souls, which is pretty lucky.
I can't.
I was hoping that the mercenary would turn around and attack these random mobs, but he wasn't doing it, so I just decided to just get them out of the way with Terror. Get them to flee. I was trying to get aggro here. And it took a while to get him to turn on me. This fight took like about 5 minutes or something. Took a while. But he died. Again, didn't drop anything.
Kirill was a fool to have trusted me.
Iswal was weak. He squandered his infernal power.
We got +2. Wow. That's gonna help a lot. Yeah. Yeah, not really. I think we can tank like 15 more damage or something like that. Insignificant, really. Okay, so now we found a diamond. We're going to use it to try to craft a Savage Spear or Savage Polearm. So the recipe for that is a staff, a regular staff, a belt, a Chris, which is the dagger that you saw, and a diamond. So all these together in the cube, and we got lucky. We actually rolled a partisan, which is a exceptional tier polearm, and it's got pretty good stats on it. The lightning damage is not really important, but the base damage of this thing is really good compared to what we have. So that's great, but he can't wield it, so we're gonna have to boost his strength to be able to wield that. And we have some time to get him to level up, but also to find like socketed items that we can socket with things to get his strength up, and it's eventually what we're gonna end up doing. So we moved on to the River of Flame, and I got the waypoint here. Then I decided to go to do the Forge. This dude was a menace. He's really strong, really fast, so I decided to switch over from amp damage to Decrepify like midway through the fight, because like he's wrecking me.
I am overburdened.
And that was the right call, because it became a lot better once that happened. Pretty good. And a diamond too. Nothing to complain about. The perfect sapphire is actually really as the best ring that I could hope for. The best gem, sorry, that I could hope for in this situation. So very happy about that. And the ring is nice too. Pretty sure we ended up keeping that. Yep. Oh yeah, so just a quick mention. I probably already said so and I forgot. If I said so, I apologize. But this is post-edit narration, so I don't really remember everything that I went through while playing. So this is like afterthought. Sometimes I'll hesitate to say what went through my mind because I don't remember. Your guess is just as good as mine as what I was thinking, basically. Sometimes I remember, sometimes I don't. Because you probably think like, oh, this is all fresh in my memory, but this recording happened quite a few weeks ago, and yeah, I just don't remember everything. The video seems long. It does, but it's oh nice set item. It seems long, but it's actually much longer. Like the raw footage, much longer than this. I cut out like the excess bloat. And I kept only the juicy parts. Alright, so first boss of the Chaos Sanctuary. I tried to like blind these guys so that they would not interfere. The mercenary can just go to the main guy. This guy just decided to harass me. I let him. Because I'm trying to focus on killing these guys, and these guys are worth quite a lot of XP, and so they tend to flee after you kill the boss. So I decided to just let this guy attack me so he wouldn't flee, because he's worth a lot of XP. You're gonna see when he dies there, that's gonna jump. Yep, it goes up. Definitely worth getting harassed a little bit. These guys are extremely dangerous. You do not want to get into like a close altercation with them. I know I went towards them there, but they had terror on the curse, so they were fleeing. Therefore, they weren't attacking us. They weren't going to hit us. They're just going to walk away from us. I knew what I was doing, but I'm trying to keep away from them because they have fanaticism, and these guys are extremely dangerous. So we encase this guy, because what he tends to do if you don't encase him like this, he will cast Decrepify and then run away and then cast at you. But because we trapped him in Bone Prison, he had nowhere else to go, so he just kept in place, and we killed him pretty easily. Necromancer's main strength is crowd control. He's really good at crowd control. It's really nice. I found this 2-socket helmet, ethereal helmet, and I decided to socket it with amethyst here so that we could boost strength with it. I didn't have a lot of amethysts, so I used my biggest ones. Here I'm like calculating like how much am I gonna need, and this helps, but it's not enough to get the weapon on. We need about like 20 something, and so I went to shop and I got myself an armor that has sockets in it. I shopped for a while and I got tired of like looking for 3 sockets breastplate, so I gave up and I went for this chainmail instead. And I had a flawed amethyst, but also had 3 chipped amethyst, and I wasn't sure that I had enough strength to get what I needed. And I know it's only a 1 difference here, but I decided, you know what, it would be stupid if all I needed was 1. Let's not be cheap. And so I went and all the way with the upgrades here. Sold the old armor. We're gonna get another one later, and put on the strength bone boosting equipment, and he gets just enough. And I sold this. I regret it immediately. I tried to buy it back, and yeah, we can't. That's too bad, because that would have been really good on the new polearm. But oh well. So now we can actually replace the old weapon with the new one, and as you can see down there at the damage, like essentially like doubled, and plus we have amplified damage, so like it's actually like quadruple damage that we're going to be dealing. So Mercenary is finally going to pull his weight, right? Probably not. He's probably going to find a way to make himself be useless. Actually, he did right here. He was supposed to follow me so that we could ambush these guys, and you know, be able to manage them. And of course he didn't do that. He's on his own here, so he should have rushed, right? But he's taking his time. Now they're all catching back up. So he's being useless again, right? Yeah, very, very frustrating to deal with this freaking mercenary. I tried to imprison them in a bone prison, but my bone prison is too low level to sustain the effort here. So I retreated back to this narrow place here to try to micromanage the big bunch. They weren't coming, so I used this, and that was a mistake because they all came at the same time. Retreating back to here, and the mercenary, of course, being useless, he got himself caught, so I had to use a portal to try to maneuver him back to a position where we could offer some resistance to those monsters. Now our goal here is to wall ourselves off, but that didn't work. But it partially worked because now they're split. Instead of all being here, half of them are on the other side, half of them are here, and we can manage half of them. We can't do all of them, but half of them is doable. And so we were able to like split their numbers like this, and only attract like a portion of them with the bone wall, because they target them. They're gonna target the bone wall. It changes how they're targeting, and so we were able to lure everybody except the big one. And now with the big one left, we can just take him on and kill him, and that is the end of that. Now it's time for the big boss, right? It's gonna be easy, right? No. This fight was a nightmare to do. I struggled so hard here. It was, first of all, our goal is to get him out of that star so we can move around. So I'm using the bone wall here to try to catch his attention, get him to run out of that. There he is. And now we cast the Necromancer on him to slow up his animation, slow down his animation. I'm trying to get him to like look at me, and I'm realizing that he's not going to look at me. He's focusing solely on the mercenary. As soon as the mercenary gets into range, he changes target. That's not good. You'll see why in a second. Okay. I'm trying to be like, oh well, screw it, and then this happens. He gets deleted. It doesn't even hurt us that much, but he got killed almost instantly. So we have to go and resurrect him because we can't do anything on our own, really. We don't have any offensive abilities. And so we go back, And then we're like, okay, please target us. He's not targeting us. We're trying our best to like assist the. We're giving him a potion. You can hear him say thanks, thanks. We're trying our best to keep him alive. That's not really working out. And when we want to move him out of the way because we want to heal him or whatever, he's just so, it's so tedious. Like, you can see what I'm trying to do here and maneuver him, but I struggle, and yeah, he gets killed. So the next few kills is, I mean, this fight lasted a long time, and there's a lot of the mercenary getting killed, like, and there's a lot of mercenary just like deciding that he's gonna take a walk for some reason, and you're just sitting there like, why? I tried to heal him here, he took the potion and then died right after. And every time you resurrect this guy, like, it's money, it costs money, it's very expensive. Try here to use life tap the hell, and then yep. Oh man. So back to getting another mercenary again. I don't think I captured all of the deaths that the mercenary had, so needless to say that this was a very costly fight that drained me of a lot of my resources. Tried to serve as a tank here, or like a distraction. And you saw him while I was trying to dodge that stupid attack, he was just walking on his own. And finally,
Lord Diablo, I am best of you.
Finally he died. This fight lasted like 22 minutes. 22 minutes of that. Running around trying to get the mercenary to not get vaporized instantly. And trying to deal some damage. Which, yeah, I hated this fight. And I'm going to hate the future fights as well. I changed it to players 1 too, to facilitate. And even like that, it was painful. Yeah, so screw you, Diablo. Hate ya. So off we go. This is my favorite actual area in the game.
It takes more than a siege to start.
Because it feels so alive. You know, you got all these mercenaries. You get these barbarians fighting for their country, their homeland. And I like to keep them alive and help them and support them. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who does this, right? Who helps them and tries to keep them alive. I find great pleasure in that. I wonder if like the developers, when they made this game, were thinking about that. Probably. My guess is probably they were. And so these guys are cold enchanted. So makes every attack that hits will freeze the enemy, make them slower. It's quite problematic. And they teleport around like that, so it makes it very difficult to deal with them. This shield is going to be worth a lot of money, and Lord knows we need money after that disastrous fight with Diablo. Which is something we're going to start doing in a minute here. Trying to get some money. Level up. At last. I looked at lower resist quickly, and I realized, like, why would I do that? Like, I don't have anything that deals like elemental damage. So I just put a point in bone wall and moved on. Had to assist my guy there. Had to assist him. Let's just shank the overseer that we're trying to kill. With this, you can get a socket quest that can be really nice if you're trying to make a rune word or something. You can just punch holes into whatever item of your choice. So it's very, very useful quest. We didn't end up. I don't think we ended up using any of them, if I'm not mistaken. But I still did them nonetheless. You never know, right? You never know.
I need money.
Yeah, so I'm not speeding up time so you can get to see like what an actual fight looks like with this character. Oh, flawless emerald. Nice. So we went back to Act 2 to get to shop for an upgrade to our stealth. And we got it here. Quite a big upgrade actually. 30 defense points, that's a lot for normal. Then after that I went to Eldritch to do my 10 runs of MF. Not really in the hopes of finding anything, but mostly in the hopes of making money because our coffers are empty after that Diablo fight. There's a convenient little nook there that you can hide in that we took advantage of in these 10 future fights. And I just leveled up. Got a ring. This ring is okay. I think it's better than what we have. This gothic plate is actually going to be used. Believe. Yeah. So if we look here, this gothic plate, damage reduction, 2 sockets. We can boost it with resists. We ended up keeping it, and we're going to be putting it on the mercenary once he gets the level for it. There's another set item. Level up. Since we're done with investing into bone armor, it's maxed out. We can now invest in a bone wall. I probably should have done bone prison in hindsight instead of bone wall, but I went with bone wall because bone prison, we don't really need it to have a lot of HP. It's the bone wall that we need to have a lot of HP. So after that, we moved on to the rest of the, I guess, the quest. And we got to these stranded soldiers, and you can see how this area is an actual hellscape for our character because these imps, we can't retaliate against them. There's so many of them that our mercenary is just like all over the place. And it's just difficult to maneuver around here with like so many targets and him taking his time and not being efficient, them teleporting all over the place. Oh, Amrune! So I went immediately back to town because this Amrune is actually going to allow us to remember that bow we bought. Tirtal and Amrune in it makes an edge rune word, which gives us thorns. Which is a great tool for retaliation. So now we have a new method of retaliation, a method of combat. We can actually provide our party with damage retaliation that's superior to what we had. Before we had only attacker takes damage of, but now we also reflect a percentage of the damage dealt upon us. And not just upon us, but upon our party members as well. I just realized that I was still using the old equipment there, like the MF equipment that I put on for Eldritch. So I went to quickly change back, and I realized that I could do something about my boots. So I went to Nilothok here to gamble a pair of chain boots, and I'm going to use that perfect sapphire that we got from the forge to try to make something out of it. So I picked up this pair of boots. This gives me a pair of boots of my level, my character level, or item level. And then I just stuffed it in there with the jewel, the perfect sapphire, and a Rao rune. And it gave us a great pair of boots. Well, great, not so much, but lightning resist 40%. That's the maximum roll that can happen on a pair of boots. And of course, it doesn't have like a faster run walk, but neither does our boots. So this is actually a net benefit. This is a huge upgrade. It also gives us attacker take damage of 4, and it does give us a Frost Nova proc if we get hit. A small percent chance, I think 5%, but it's still something. And what does Frost Nova do? It doesn't do much damage, but it will slow them down, slow down like a crowd. It's great for crowd control. And with that done, we'll get a bunch of runes from Wallcack. And he'll fresh socket. So this is a super unique. We must kill him. He's cursed, so he's giving us amplified damage, but that plays to our advantage in some way because we're using thorns now. So he hits harder on us. He hits double damage on us, but he also receives way more than double damage. He gets like 6 times, like 10 times more damage back to himself that he inflicts on us, right? So if he hits us for 100, he's gonna get like 800 back to himself. So it's pretty bad. These urns, I cannot resist clicking them. These evil urns. Everybody who plays this game knows not to touch them, especially on hardcore. This is quite a perilous activity, but I can't resist, man. I must click them. We found the way back down. And these guys are quite notorious for being extremely dangerous. They're fast and they hit really hard. And they destroyed my shield pretty quickly here. They destroyed him as well very quickly. I fled. I made a wall to quickly give myself some time. And I went back to resurrect the mercenary here. So that I can use him as a cannon fodder. And I was given some runes, so I decided to make a Ancient Sledge here you get from the quest, and that is good for boosting resistances if you need them. I'm not using thorns, that is. We're using thorns. You can see the guy on the far right is entirely on me. He's not being hit by anything other than me. And you'll see him die in a second here. Like he's gonna kill himself by trying to attack me. Like that. So I'm actually dealing damage. I'm actually a part of the team that's you know, somewhat of a fighter. Which is nice. And we got the level for these boots. So we got a big upgrade in our stats. That means it frees up some more item slots that we can allocate to other buffs, since lightning is covered by these boots. And so we were considering changing this one of the rings. There we go. But we still kept the old one. And now we have 2 elements that are covered. So our resistances are looking quite nice, which is very nice for us, actually. I'm looking real quick, like what can I possibly upgrade here? And I'm gonna sell these boots. Get out of here. Looking nice. Went to Anya, to the frozen river. Lost some of the footage. But I was smart enough to capture this to make sure I got this. So this is Frozenstein or Frozenstein or whatever you want to call him. I think it's Frozenstein. He's an abominable, and he's got cold enchantment, so very dangerous. He's got that post-death ring that hits pretty hard. But we managed him quite well, because we're very tanky. And we got Anya here. She got herself captured. We go to our grandma. Grandma gives us a potion. Then we give the potion to Anya. And we go back to grandma.
Thank you.
Grandma gives us a scroll that's really helpful.
Afternoon.
And her daughter, so grateful to us, actually commissioned Larzik to make a weapon, something for us. But Larzik hates us. So Larzik made a piece of crap. It's not even worth our time. Honestly, whatever Larzik will make for you in this quest, 11 times out of 10, it's trash. Like, without even question. So most of the time, it's like completely useless. He seems to only like druids for some reason. Like everybody else, it's trash. So we decided to change the armor of the mercenary. Now we no longer have the stat boosting armor. So I sold it. And now we're ready for some action. Back to the crystalline passage. And we rushed to that other staircase here. And made it to the frozen tundra. We're just gonna stop by for some of these rascals. For some quick XP. And there it is. Level up. We're not gonna stay here forever though. Bone wall. Thank you very much. There's that evil urn. Must click it. I can't resist the urns, man. They're just so appealing. There's a unique weapon, a claymore that we cannot use, but it's nice to look at. Oh yeah, and okay, we're in Bale's Warstone Keep, right? But I lost the footage of the Ancients fight. It went reasonably well. We just all you have to do really is Bone Prison Maddock, the one that throws axes. And if you can isolate him, then the rest of the fight is relatively easy, especially with the Necromancer, because whenever your mercenary gets low HP, sorry, you can just life tap. You can just life tap, you get all the HP back, and he will stay alive. So really was a breeze. So Bale fight. I used the dim vision to try to control the crowds. Of course, mercenaries being unhelpful. I'm trying to rush Colenso here. Colenso is the shaman. And mercenaries just won't. Like, he's just obsessed with the stupid warp ones, which is pointless because they're gonna keep getting resurrected. So I was forced to like rush the shaman myself. Otherwise, the mercenary would have just like kept wasting time. This guy's an idiot. And I wish I could laugh like that. Can you imagine laughing like that? You'd be terrorizing everybody. That's good. So this is a difficult fight because of Bale constantly casting Decrepify on you. Plus, like, the mages are cold, so like whenever they hit you, they slow you down. So Decrepify plus the cold damage, the freezing, is a nasty cocktail. I used the portal here to like try to force the Necromancer, the minion, what am I saying? The mercenary, force him to be like on target. And I'm using Terror to keep everybody else off of him. I'm using Bone Wall to try to shield him from some of the projectiles. And we managed to kill the big boss. Now it's down to just like isolating the freaking unravelers here, the mummies. Killing them, dispatching them, so that we can at least deal with the freaking resurrections and then kill off the bone mages. You can see it's extremely slow. This is one of the worst part of this entire fight. Okay, these guys. So the main problem with these guys is that they heal each other, and they cast this Hydra that deals quite a lot of damage on the mercenary, and they keep recasting them on him, and you can see he's getting absolutely demolished here. So we have to lure him away. But every time these guys get hit a few times, they'll flee. They'll escape. I tried to block off the flow of fireballs to protect him, and they recast right on top of him, so they constantly undermine my efforts. And when I'm running around, they will heal each other. So it's... I can make progress, and then suddenly I'm running around to reposition. Then I come back, and all the damage that I dealt has been undone. But this fight was extremely annoying, and with the mercenary just like going off on his own over there, and it's terrible. And the mercenary insisting upon going near the throne so he can get the Decrepify cast on him to slow him down, which is super annoying. Here we got a good spot. Tried to use Bone Wall to mitigate some of the blasts from the Hydras. Seems like we got something here. Alright, we killed most of them. There's only one left. We got him. Alright, thank goodness. Learned my lesson, trying to lure them closer over here. Using Bone Prison to create some spacing between them. And just using Terror to like prevent them from aggroing all at once. That's working out pretty good. It's a bit chaotic, but overall it works pretty well. No, don't go over there. You're gonna get Decrepify. Here I could easily like cut this shorter, but I want you to see like how it works, you know, how you play this, how I play this rather, and what kind of gameplay I am subjecting myself to. Honestly, it's not too bad. I find this enjoyable. Wow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a different gameplay style that I've never really tried before, and it forces me to come up with strategies that I would never really consider normally. So yeah, definitely fun. I've improved a little bit in like situational awareness through this, and I've learned a few things. I've learned mostly that I've learned mostly that I don't want to that I can find like really strange strategies when I need to. These guys are a handful, mercenary being completely useless as usual. I ambushed them in this particular hallway because then if we barrage them with Bone Prison, we can completely stop their movements and then just slowly poke at them. Over time, it took a while. I skipped over here with like a cut. It took a long time. As you can see here, like the demon was dealing more damage to itself than we were with the thorns. We went back, set the player count to 1, and then went to Bale. Bale's honestly the weakness of Bale Like Necromancer has Bale like under his thumb,
I can't.
without any like. I'm not even kidding. This is easy. All you have to do is cast the Decrepify on Bale, and most of his attacks are like rendered useless because he is slowed down so much that he cannot do most of his like large scale attacks. He won't do like the one thing he's gonna do a lot of is the mana drain inferno that he does. Anything else like, you know, teleporting around, having a clone, the whole Arctic blast, the cold like pushback attack that he does, all these things don't really happen as long as you keep the Decrepify on. So like, as you can see, this is a very, very, very relaxed fight compared to like Mephisto and compared to like the Diablo. Diablo was a hellscape. It was terrible, but this one's relatively easy for the Necromancer, mind you. I bet you with other characters I might struggle. With the Necromancer, this is a piece of cake. It's slow, it takes time, but it's relaxed. As long as I have mana, that's the main thing. As long as I have mana, I'm good. So the fight didn't really take that long in normal, but I'm pretty sure in different difficulties it's going to become a lot harder to do this fight. But I was relieved to find out that you know, it's not too bad. Not too bad. It keeps on going like this for a while, fortunately. This is a regular occurrence in Pacifist gameplay. You need to be patient in order to do this, and you can't really be complacent. You can't just like be like, I'm just gonna AFK this, and because if you know, mechanics don't happen exactly as intended, and let's say the boss turns on me for some reason, I could easily die fairly quickly here. So yeah, we just wait it out, but pay attention and keep casting the Decrepify on Bale, and he should die in a minute here, or a second. Come on. There we go. And he dropped us a whole lot of nothing. Of course. We decided to go check real quick the cow level, just to see like what we could do. We used the bone wall to get a lot of aggro. And it's fairly doable. Doing well, but I overestimated or underestimated the amount of like cows that would show up when you make a bone wall. He got destroyed. I thought, you know, what if I tried to do it myself, like myself, and man, they were just eating through my shield so quickly. I thought that was too dangerous. So went back to get the mercenary.
Hello again.
I'm not gonna risk my life in cow levels. And there's this possessed cow here that possessed means that we cannot curse them. So this is quite problematic. I got some runes here. Shell rune, that's a mid-tier runes that you cannot really normally get in normal. Not easily anyway. You gotta be very lucky to get that. I'm trying to recall, why did I go to the cow levels? I don't really remember why I thought that was necessary. I guess I just wanted to try it out. I'm not sure. Maybe I was looking for some specific runes. I don't remember. There's a cow king. And he died. Yeah, that was it. I realized that, you know what, this is a waste of time.
All who oppose me, beware.
And off to Nightmare. This is my first run in Nightmare. And we're cautiously attacking these Fallens. Leveled up. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what, this isn't too bad. My mercenary didn't just immediately die. And we are doing some decent damage to these things. Maybe we stand a chance. We stand a chance. That's what I'm thinking right now, I think. We attack this guy. He dies very fast. And I feel suddenly all confident that I can take on the world. And I see this pack of guys and I probably attack them. Went to the Den of Evil.
Within this place.
And we're doing our best to isolate bosses from their minion packs. And we're taking them on one at a time now. This mercenary doesn't have good armor on himself. Saw rune. Nice. It's always the one fallen that you forgot.
Is that enough to earn the rogue's trust? I can't.
This is the mausoleum. It's a high level area that you can farm with like slow moving monsters and narrow hallways, so lots of choke points. Our strategy here is to just wall the door and then just fight them one at a time. Nothing of interest there. Went to Stony Field, and the stones are right next to the waypoint, and right next to the entrance to the Stony Field, so very nice. We imprisoned these bastards, and we took our time killing them. Rakanich is almost dead. Like, he almost died instantly. You can hear him scream and run away. Let him. And he's dead. That was very easy.
I sense many spirits around the stones.
We go straight for... We don't waste time here. We go straight for the dark woods. We find these apes. This time they were a bit more vicious than the last time. You can see my bone armor is diminishing quite quickly. Extra fast, stone skin. Extra strong, so it's a pretty nasty combo here. But nonetheless, we still managed. Okay, so this is a lot faster than normal was. Got a 4-socket sword. Honestly, there's no purpose in it, so I just tossed it away. I realized, like, why am I keeping this? Because I'm used to normal gameplay where like this would be useful, but in this playthrough, it's not. It's not useful. So I saw those archers, I was like, yep, nope, I'm not gonna bother with that. And then these guys are also archers, so F it.
Your life, leave here immediately.
We came back before he did. She gave us a ring. The ring is pretty good, actually. It's better than this one. We lose a little bit on the fire resistance, but it does give us magic damage reduction, so we put it on. And then off we go to the tower. Now we can do 10 of this, and I think we will. We can do like the quest and then 10 of it. Sorry. So that's probably what we're gonna end up doing here. Level up. At this point, we're pretty much accomplished, you know, like these level ups, like besides stat points, they're not really giving us anything that like is going to make a significant change to our ability to survive. It's mostly like going to be equipment that's going to matter now for us. So we're using the bone wall here to like get them out. We can kill them away from her. And wound drops. A partisan, we'll check it out. Cold resist boots and MF. What's this?
I can't.
So that's the first run of the MF. I was feeling quite confident because I took that cold enchanted and fire enchanted on the chin without even great confidence there. I didn't even run away. Oh, a unique Spectrum. It's not good. I know that much. I looked it up because, you know, sometimes you can find like a unique that's you can upgrade that can be useful, but that one, it's not worth what we have. More runes. We need done. Hey, we got a really nasty bunch. With some archers just shooting straight at us. And they're cursed. Oh, gauntlets. So these are frostburns, I believe. Indeed, we don't need them. There's literally no purpose in having those. See, I should have taken a potion there. That could have been my death. Playing dangerously bold here. Don't do that. Be safe. Don't try to min-max this stuff. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. Probably I was tired or distracted or something. I don't know. But these runs are a lot of XP. We're leveling up like crazy. But yeah, we're being very bold here. Amaroon, that's a very good rune to get.
I can't carry anymore.
And a unique crossbow. Nice. That's a cool crossbow. You see that cast of Frost Nova? It says 5%, but it happens quite a lot. Oh nice, another Cathan. So that's the second time we have that chainmail. We're taking damage there because our shield went down. They're hitting really hard too. A linked mail, that could be an upgrade for the mercenary. It is not. Oh, Hell Rune, that's a great rune to get. I used Bone Prison there because of those archers. And that was the 10 runs. So we ran out of runs that we could do. So we
Place
moved
has
on.
the stench of demons about it. Impossible.
I think this is the Malice quest. See, that guy we took on all by ourselves. We didn't even need the mercenary. So we're actually capable here. We're doing something. That guy was a total pushover.
This for a hammer.
All this for a hammer. It's not just a hammer, bruh. It's a V hammer, okay? Well, the second hammer. Or the other hammer, how about that? Yeah, so we did the whole jail thing and moved through. Got to the inner cloister. Got the waypoint. Got a Rao rune. And skipped through the whole thing to the catacomb level 4. And there she is! And now we are trying to like use a special strat to like kill her. And in hindsight, these guys showing up was a bit of a distraction. He's gonna end up dying here. Yep, there he goes, of course. I should have known because he was cursed. Like he had amplified damage. I should have like gone back to town to get rid of that. I didn't, like an idiot. So that was partly on me. Oh, and it's because of those guys over there, actually. So what's happening here is that these guys, these freaking painted, whatever you want to call them, they're cursed, and they're hitting my bone wall, and the bone wall is getting cursed, so it's transferring to me and my mercenary. So we're automatically getting cursed because these things hit our bone wall. So a lot of fighting happening with us trying really hard to kill Andario and failing horribly at it with 11,000 gold going down the drain every time like we fail. Should be the end of her here. Indeed.
To the hell that spawned you, Andario. Thanks.
At that low caber axe. We got that axe. That's something.
I can't.
It's, is it better? Not sure that it's better. We decided to go and change the mercenary. Again, I would have gone with blessed aim if I knew better now. But we went for might instead because we tried to maximize damage output. I should have went for accuracy. If I was to do it again, I would go for accuracy, not might. But it's too late now. We've already done it. I decided to use my 10 runs to go do some Andario. Yes, because actually this time this is Nightmare. And in Nightmare, you can actually get some good stuff. So I did the quest bug thing, and we're going back there. Try to hopefully get some stuff. We could get like a Stone of Jordan. We could get a Stone of Jordan there. We can get all kinds of stuff. So we're trying desperately to get some loot here, and we're braving the elements, trying to kill her. Gotta level up here. I gotta put points in Bone Prison, or Bone Wall, sorry. Got a light belt. I think that's a snake cord, if I'm not mistaken. Completely worthless belt. Kill it! Kill it! Yes. Mage fists. Nice. We can't use that, but nice. A Grim Wand. I believe that's Infernal something. Infernal Torch. I knew it. Yeah, useless, but it's a set item, okay? And in the same run, the same, literally, and he died too. The same run, we got the same thing. So we got it twice. That's funny. And of course he died, so that's a little grand lost. A bunch of jerks came over. Come on, and
I can't carry anymore.
nothing. I can tell the frustration with like the way that I just spammed the potion. I don't think I did like 10 runs on this. Oh, that's a terrible placement of the bone prison here. You couldn't tell. I'm starting to get tilted here. Just frustrated. There it is. There it is.
The sisterhood welcomes you.
Yeah, a little bit of a crash out there. I mean, listen, totally warranted. She's attacking me. Let's let her wail on me while he attacks her. That's a great plan. Keep it going. Get over here. See how quickly he goes from healthy to like dying? And now I think I overdid it with the bone walls here. But she quickly broke free of that. Now we got some annoying pests. Yes, strike me. Level up, and we got a bunch of trash. But some of these I'm like hoping that I can get some money out of it just to try to get the coffers back to how they were. You want. It's actually useful, but it's just not useful with our character. That's the thing.
Impossible.
Look at that. Beautiful. Level 49. It's not a rune word, by the way. I'm just maximizing resistances for the mercenary.
I'll put that to good use.
Pretty big difference there. And the old crown went to Charcy. To the garbage disposal girl. And wow, she dropped us a whole lot of nothing that time. I decided to... That's funny. Okay, so this spring is better than that one because it has magic damage reduction, which is very good. No, what it does is it reduces the damage that you take. So let's say you have like 75% resist to lightning, right? And you get hit with like 100 damage and lightning. But really you get hit by 25 damage and lightning. And what magic damage reduction does is that it's going to reduce that amount left by a certain amount. So In this case, it's 3. So instead of taking 25, you would take 22. And depending on the circumstances, this can be really good. Also, a set item and a unique item. Shadow Fang, I think it's called, that sword. I think that's Arctics. It is indeed. Turns out I did end up doing... Oh, look at that. Messed up with the wall, and unfortunately I went all the way through, so I had to fight these guys on my own. And I did. Just waited it out. I'm gonna die of it eventually. There we go. Nice.
Impossible.
A giant axe. Humongous, I think it's called. Indeed. Oh, that's a gladius called Bloodletter, I think. Worth a lot of money. Almost a level up, like so close.
Yes.
And we moved on to Act 2. I went straight for the sewers because it's easy and quick. We leveled up. I didn't capture it, but we did level up. I went straight for Radamant here, and I barricaded myself in with the bone walls. And of course, the mercenary, instead of like targeting the freaking guy over here right next to our faces, he decided he wants to force trying attacking other people instead, like the moron that he is. So I had to go into town to get him to target the right person. And so this fight took a while, and we were pressured like to our limits here. I decided to life tap to help him with the... You see how like he's being distracted by like the small fry. Ignore the small fry, bro. Like kill the big mummy. That's all you have to do. Yeah, mercenaries are just such a plague, dude. It's so annoying. And that's that. Plus 1 is skills. I'll give you a guess as to where that point is going to go. Looking for a teleport staff because I've had my fill with that idiot. And we found one, but it's too expensive. Really expensive, so I decided not to buy it. That's really, really expensive. I was sure I could find one for cheaper, so I didn't buy it. I went back and came back and immediately, I think immediately found another one that's a bit more affordable. Right there. Or a lot less. The other one was like 157,000. This one is 15,000. It's a big difference. And now we can teleport, thankfully. So now we can reposition our mercenary on top of us if needed. And that's a huge help. The downside of that is this is going to cause repairs to be very expensive. Oh, this cure us. And I decided to look it up because we could potentially make something good out of it. And indeed, 3 sockets, Decided to take it and make a piece out of it. The rune word for Amazon gives +2 to Amazon. We're not interested in the Amazon, but I mean it does give a slow missile, which is really helpful for us because we can't retaliate against missiles. So to slow them down means to take less of them all at once, which is good. You see here how we created a choke point with the bone walls. We were able to control that band of snakes very easily because of that choke point. It's very efficient tool of strategy here.
I am overburdened. What a pity. I was beginning to enjoy the darkness.
I can resonate with that sentiment. The maggot lair. Now, I'm not going to waste time with this one. We're only going to do bosses if we come across them, or like a situation that are like really dangerous for us. I think on this one I was about to level up, so I just pushed forward. And we maxed out Bone Wall now, so now we're putting all our points in Bone Prison. And here's the big queen. She is immune to Cursed, so we're just waiting for him to do the job. And there's that satisfying scream. Can you imagine if like every insect that you come across in your house made screams like that? Imagine yourself like waking up at night and you hear like some skittering in like the kitchen, and then as soon as like you turn on the light, you hear that scream, you know, and then some more skittering, and they're all coming towards you. Sounds pretty hellish, actually. I would invest heavily in critter control if that was the case.
This is fantastic. I wish I had time to study this bizarre dimension.
Okay, so we're just passing through here. We found this awesome belt. That's way better than the crafted belt we made that I didn't show. This one is way better because it does the same thing in terms of cold resist, but it also does add more resistances that we didn't have. So, and life. Huge win on that belt. And there's the good old summoner. Drop them so we can deal with his friends. Or deal with him.
He was not wise. He was a deluded fool who got too close to true power. I can't.
So the story here with this summoner is actually the mage that you play in Diablo 1. Basically, the guy that you play in Diablo 1 is a mage. He goes crazy. And then you find him in Diablo 2 as like some possessed moron. We went back to Arcane Sanctuary to try to get some equipment. Because we got that belt, and I realized that, hey, maybe like this is a really good spot to get some stuff. We got that awesome belt. So I went back, and since this is like an very easy to manage area, and we got this. And that's amazing. That's really, really good. Fire all resist. Smart charm. So yeah, Arcane Sanctuary, freaking fantastic. Freaking amazing. Definitely my go-to now. It's the GOAT. Literally the GOAT. This guy over there thinks he's so smart. He's bombarding us. It's a pretty tough spot to be, actually. And yeah, so we chickened out of that pretty quickly. It's not against the rule to chicken. It's the first time that I had to use it. So I thought I'd capture that. Because that went south quick. Now these guys look very dangerous. I'm not going to jump in there right away. I tried to, but then I realized, you know, this is really bad. Let's go back. Then I realized that, hey, I'm a Necromancer. I can just use my brain. And that's how we do it. And no need to risk ourselves. We can just art control. So we did our 10 runs. We didn't really find anything besides those 2 items, which are amazing. And then we moved on to the tomb, Russia, to go for Duriel. There's a spot. The orifice. Gotta kill this guy first. And now the issue that you're probably thinking about is, what the heck does he do here? Because I can't just like go get an Act 1 mercenary like I did in normal. That's not gonna work. What do I do here? Good question. I tried to take him on head on. Luckily, Duriel will target us, but the issue is that every time that he targets us, he just whacks us really hard, and then we lose aggro. I tried to do the bone wall to brace myself, and unfortunately the bone wall to brace myself makes him look away from us for some reason. I don't understand why, but he does that. Like, every time we bone wall to brace ourselves, he doesn't attack us. And you see how like it's terrible in terms of reach and in terms of attack speed, like with like the holy freeze and the cold damage. Like, this is terrible. He keeps moving, keeps whacking him. So the fight goes on for a while, and I just decide to just bite the bullet. And I realized that actually there's a strategy here. We can just go against the wall. If I just go against the wall, I can prevent being knocked back. And there we go. I didn't actually manage to pull him against the wall. I tried. But we managed to kill him with... It's basically a war of attrition at that point.
I came too late. Now, destruction is let loose upon the world once more.
I think we managed without the mercenary dying, which is quite an exploit in itself. Quite an achievement, sorry. I don't want to say exploit, because there's no exploit about it. It's just pure suffering. So this is the... Oh yeah, the waypoint, right. I think I went in here to see if I could, like, if it's an easy to loot area. We can, like, camp the hallway, like yeah, we can narrow it down so that we can control this area better. Got the jade statuette. Oof. Oh boy. He's seen better days. We killed them all. We got the figurine. That's actually what I was hoping for, by the way, though.
Perhaps I can trade this for something better.
Looking back, I think that's what I was looking for. Or maybe I was trying to get some loot. I'm not sure. See, I never understood this part. Like, why do you have us like go away and then come back? Why don't you just give us the fucking potion? Why do I have to click you twice?
I'll put that to good use.
Yeah, the helmet had more defense, but the resistances were not that good, so I didn't keep it. I don't need it for myself. Because fire resistance is very important in Act 3 because of those shamans that spit fire at you. They can easily like destroy you in a second. So you really need the fire resistance. These guys were very violent. I think we did the 10 runs of the Arakan lair. And I typed 1 just to remember that how many I have left, basically. Because I don't want to... I want to keep... I want to respect my own rules, which is to only do 10. Only do 10 until we get the hell mode. Then in the hell difficulty, we don't have to worry about the repetition. Because we gotta give ourselves a chance, you know? Because every time we do a run of something, it's a risk to our character, right? But Nightmare and normal Nightmare, we have to limit ourselves to progress. So these narrow passageways or tunnels are really easy to manage for us. And I didn't really, you know, it wasn't very fruitful. The best part of these whole runs was like the bosses that rushed us when we entered the area. We'd always get like attacked by 2 or 3 boss packs over here.
I can't.
These spiders have like really bad visibility, so it's nice because they don't swarm you all at once. Like as opposed to, I don't know, like the dark rogues, for example, that will just all rush you at once. These guys are just nonchalant and just minding their own business until you get really close to them. It's just nice. Well, it's nice. I don't know, man. A spider that size is a big no-no for me. I would have a legitimate heart attack if I had to face one of these things. A spider the size of a truck? Yeah, no thank you. Oh. This must be like how Australians feel on a daily basis. Alright, so we're moving forward. We got the eye, and we're in the Flare jungle now, and we're at the Stormtree, I think his name is. Yeah, Stormtree, that's his name. They're extra fast. They're gonna kill each other or themselves on us because we have thorns and they're extremely fast. So they'll probably kill themselves very quickly here on us. Yeah, see? That one died. This one will die most likely. Oh, look at that. He just destroyed himself on us, which is good. And this is Lower Kuras, a great place to get some runes, to get some money, and the spots that we want that are filled with goodies are right by the door. So very nice. So you can foresee what's going to happen here. We're going to do some runs of this, and because we're right by the door, we're also going to do the Stormtree guy at the same time and try to hopefully score some loot that will improve our equipment. Let me know in the comment what you feel about, how do you feel about these this commentary format. You know, if it's good to you or not. I think it's good. You know, this is basically like a stream, and I would definitely watch this kind of stuff. And I tried to organize it in a more palatable way. Of course, this is Diablo, so I mean, there's only so much you can do. And I try, of course, to be as... Holy crap, these guys, I forgot about them. Yeah, this area is very dangerous. Be careful, man. They can rush you really quickly. Luckily, we have thorns, so we can kill them faster than... Well, they can kill themselves faster than we can kill them. But yeah, anyway, like this is, you know, this is Diablo, and there's only so much we can do. My main interest actually is to not be gimmicky. I don't want to. I want to be, you know, authentic and true to the gameplay. You know, I don't want to just because I'm not calling out anybody here, but you know, I've seen videos where, like, you know, yeah, it gets devolved into like a. I don't want to say it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just trying to be like an authentic player, not one of those clickbait, super hyperactive people that are all like gimmicks. I don't want to do that. So let me know what you think, you know, if you like it or not. For me, it's just for fun anyway. We're moving through. That was a fake git bin area. I didn't know that was possible, but yeah, that was a fake one. Got a kite shield here, a Milibrigas. That's a paladin starting set. We put up a wall here because we gotta get the maniacs from the git bin up and in. I love these little monsters. These flares, they're so funny.
This is a powerful weapon. Perhaps Ormus can tell me more about it.
Very excited to see what Ormus is going to give us. Sometimes he can give you like some really good rings, so looking forward to see what he's got in store for us. And it's trash. It's a literal trash. That's some next level trash. I guess sometimes he just doesn't pay out. So those little dolls is like something you want to really worry about in this area. That guy's the doctor. Teleport past him. This is the Flare dungeon. There he is. That was super easy, thank goodness. Thank goodness for teleport, eh? Thank goodness. So we went back to Lower Kurast. And we started camping the easy area with the chest, but also Storm Tree here in that doorway. We can really like kill him pretty quickly here. Leveled up, nice. These daggers, Chris's and daggers, can be really good. But not that one. That one's terrible. Yeah, so you see here, that's how we're doing it. We're blocking up the doorway and then just slowly killing them. Things got really nasty over here for us. I thought I could tank it and this will come back to bite me here in a second. Yep, near death, near death. Ah! Escaped with my life, but panicked a little bit there. Could have easily died. Because I ran out of the bone armor. He's gonna run away. I hate these things. But he doesn't think, he thinks we're a fool. Should have known we have a bone prison. There's no escape. But that bone prison attracted more people, more bosses. So we have to fight them. It's a double-edged sword. We're gonna have to imprison them too because they're gonna flee, so that's what we did. And of course, Mercenary is just incapable of anything. This guy's almost dead, and Mercenary's just not killing him. It's just, it's gonna let him flee. Yeah, this is what I'm dealing with. Okay, what I'm dealing with. To think I pay this guy. It's a shame. All right, so sewer time. Be careful in the sewers. You got a lot of those dolls again. And you got these freaking. I think this is the 3rd floor. It is.
Impossible.
Got an unraveler here and a boss. about to get cornered, so I use the walls to secure our corner. Yep. There's the heart. Good. We went for the ruined temple. This one, I learned my lesson from the first time, so I made sure that the place was clear before we charged in, because this guy can at any moment decide that he's not following us anymore. And sure enough, as soon as I popped that wall, suddenly all the creatures that were away and hiding came out of the woodwork, and the situation became quickly out of control. So we had to retreat to this room, and we walled up the entrance to fight them one at a time, and that turned out to be a good strategy. Those spiders are the worst, actually. The poison on them, the night spider, the poison on them, it's just so bad. Luckily, I had antidote potions. Antidote potions. Luckily, I had some, so it wasn't too terrible. But man, yeah, antidote potions a must. You must have at least one in your inventory at all time, because you never know. And that poison, we saw it was just eating away at my life like very quickly. Like it's gonna see how quick this is going down. It's yeah, it's pretty bad. Come on, mercenary man, do your job, dude. Yeah, well, just so the spiders do this like little goop thing that they cast when they're trying to flee. There's a lot of monsters in Act 3 that just flee from you when they're low HP. Act 3 is just overall like a bad experience, honestly. I'm not a big fan. Like artistically, like from an artistic standpoint, it's nice. It's got that like Lost City, Maya City, whatever. Cool. But from like actual gameplay, it's a bit of a nightmare. It's not really enjoyable, at least for me. But of course I say this, but I still like the game, you know. It's just that it's my least favorite of everything, I should say. Alright, so Travinkle time this time. We get them out of the castle, or whatever this is, by casting Bone Wall to aggro them over here. And that was a mistake, because now all kinds of things are popping out, and we're quickly overwhelmed here. This guy is like harassing me. I'm trying to keep this guy alive, a mercenary alive. Hey, that's a bug that I've noticed quite a lot since the last DLC. There's a lot of monsters that just stand still and just let themselves get hit by us for some reason. Never seen that before, so this is specific to this last DLC. Yeah, they must have broken something. I mean, I'm not complaining. This is quite advantageous for me. Oh, and these guys, you can't hit, like mercenary will never hit them for some reason. That was never the case before. Like they wouldn't just stare at them before, but now they are. So I guess there's some bugs that they need to fix still. Oh, nice. I think that's Cleglaws. And he's getting healed. Trying to flee. But we saw through that. Oh, a Korun! Can do a lot of things with a Korun. The main one that we can do that's useful for us is actually an obedience. It's a rune word that you can put in a polearm that does a lot of damage and that has the occasional chance of casting enchant, which improves the caster's accuracy and adds damage to his attack, fire damage to his attack. So it's a really good polearm. We also need a foul rune for it, and I didn't have any. So Endurance of Hate level 3. I'm making sure that I don't have like a MF equipment on, because that'd be something stupid to just go in with the MF equipment and get killed. These guys are mighted. Whenever you see someone, like any boss pack with might, you want to be extremely careful of them. Extremely wary of them, at least. And fighting them was very difficult. This one had teleport on him. So, yeah, very dangerous. They dropped us Sigans. You say Sigans or Saigons? I say Sigans, because would you say signature or signature, right? You say signature, you don't say signature, right? So it's Sigans. Do you say Sigurd or Sigurd? See, it's Sigans. I always struggle with this whole pronunciation thing that some people argue about. Because when you think about it, you can easily find a term to relate to and then compare. But the people who argue for Saigons, they chose to they willfully choose to ignore any possible comparison that they could make, just to advocate for a specific term that makes no sense and that is quite ugly to pronounce too. I'm sorry, but saying Saigons is ugly as hell as opposed to Sigans, right? So, yeah. Anyways, this fight was very easy. We made sure to be potted. I ran out of potions there, so I was really cutting it close. Don't do that. Don't wait until the last second. Our resistances are good, so this is not a problem. And there it is.
Give my regards to the abyss.
And here we go. Nightmare Act 4. Israel. Alright, let's go. So, this fight was relatively easy. Again, I am barely getting hit. He's actually hitting himself pretty hard on the thorns. So I'm actually contributing to this fight reasonably. It helps with the ego, to think that you're not just a burden at this point, but you're actually helping. And a little skip in time because the fight was drawn out to a couple of minutes, and I'm not gonna have you stare at this for a long time.
He squandered his infernal power.
And we get a +2 out of that. Again, not very helpful because what we're getting is essentially just a few extra HP points in our stats, but at this point, it doesn't really have a significant impact on our gameplay. River of Flame. That's the forge. A came in a huge mob. And unfortunately for us, there's a lot of mages here. We're taking quite a lot of damage, so we have to retreat. Big fight. It lasted a long time. This guy's cursed, and he's running pretty fast. But we got him in the end. Yeah, he scared me a little bit there because like he was running fast, and I was cursed, so he could have potentially one-shot me if he hit pretty hard. There we go. That's a terrible drop for a Nightmare. Could have been a lot better. I was hoping for a foul rune. Because as you know, I've already gotten a co-rune from Travinkel, and with a foul rune I would have been able to make an obedience, which would have been a superior weapon to what we have right now. But unfortunately, I didn't get the foul rune. I got a hell rune. It's not very useful. This thing I'm considering throwing away. But then I realized that there's actually a rune word that I can make out of this, and it's called Honor. So I gathered the runes that I need for it, and I made the Honor, which gives us a couple of things. Life Leech, Deadly Strike. Deadly Strike basically doubles your damage. So we have a chance here of doubling double damage. I say doubling double damage because we have amplified damage that already doubles, and you have a chance to double the double. So that's pretty good. It's a small improvement, but listen, all improvements are welcomed. When you depend on the mercenary, I mean, I might as well have them equipped as best as I can. Since we're nearing the end of Nightmare, it doesn't make sense to have basic Nightmare equipment like that partisan that we were using. That's very basic at this point. It was advanced in normal, but now it's like not good, so we have to improve it. So the first boss of the chaos went down very easily, as you saw. These guys, I'm a little bit more worried, but this layout is actually very providential for us. We can just wall it up and make it simple. Although I didn't wall it up properly, and that scared me. But luckily, most of them are still on the initial wall. And so we made a choke point here. But the mercenaries being useless as always. So that's a nice little like narrowing of and you see how they're coming in one at a time, and so we were able to really mess them up. So we had to jump into that bone prison to try to kill him. Otherwise, he kept like running around, and mercenary was being very slow. These guys, yeah, these guys are extremely dangerous, but we have teleport, so it's not a big deal if they pass through. Just take your time with these guys, honestly. There's no rush. They're very dangerous, so they're fast and they can overwhelm you quickly. They hit pretty hard. And the nature of their damage is not like gradual. It's like all at once. So your life will be like okay-ish, and then all of a sudden it'll just drop to nothing, and you'll most likely die. And at this point, you know, when it drops to nothing, you're gonna panic. You're gonna try to run away, and these guys are fast, so they'll catch up and they'll kill you. So just take your time. Now the Diablo fight, as you would expect, was a nightmare. It was very difficult because you can't rely on the mercenary, and that's what we do. We rely on the mercenary here. So yeah, that's what happened. That attack is like designed to just annihilate the mercenary, and well, not just the mercenary, yourself as well. Everybody really. And he can spam it a lot. He can do it like 3 or 4 times in a row if he wants. Yeah, the fight here was very difficult.
Impossible.
I'm trying to get aggro, I'm not getting it. See how, like, even though we teleported, the mercenary still got hit a lot. He still died there. So there's a problem with Diablo is that even though his animation get delayed by Decrepify, they still happen. So like even if like basically there's gonna be a delay in animation, and the effects will still happen even though like it's after the facts, it still happens. So you end up thinking you dodged something but you didn't, or he'll do it after the facts. So like we're on like our 4th mercenary at this point, and we're barely like killed like 1/5 of, and I'm trying my best to keep him alive, but it's not working clearly. We just came back from town and he died right away. I think at some point I'm gonna run out of money. I'm not sure. I didn't prepare for this, and the mercenary is quite expensive at this point. Yes, we died a couple of times. This is like the hardest part of this challenge. And he's dead. We just came back from town and he's already dead. Yeah. So this corner over here, where we were, is like this corner right here. This place is the place that I designated for like a safe point. So if I need to flee from like near death of my mercenary, I can just go back over there. Dude, he spams these attacks so much. Oh yeah, and every teleport that we do is money as well. Like I have like 37 chargers or something of the teleport staff. Yeah, I ran out of money. See, I'm picking up stuff in the temple because I'm desperate for cash because I don't have any, because I used it all. But yeah, every time we teleport, we have 37 charges, and after we use 37 charges of teleport, it costs us about 70k gold to repair our staff. And the mercenary is like what, 15k, 20k each time he dies. So the staff is also very expensive. Every 37 teleport that we do, it's the equivalent of 3 mercenaries that we're spending. Of course, there's ways to mitigate that. Like there's a recipe, chip gem plus orc rune can help with that, can restore the charges in a staff. But like I don't have that many orc runes and many chip gems, so sometimes I have to pay with money, and yeah. Look at this. I tried so hard to keep this guy alive, and there's this. What am I supposed to do?
Thanks.
Yeah, so this corner is like where I began to play very defensively because I'm all out of cash. I don't have money anymore. And finally I killed him. After like, this fight took like, I would say an hour. Easily an hour. Just this fight. Of teleporting back and forth, trying to save the mercenary, going back for potions. It's just a nightmare. It really was difficult. But it's done now. We survived it. And now back to Act 5. Act 5 is arguably the best part of the game. They really nailed it with the expansion. We were a little disappointed with the expansion pack that came out recently on that front, because it didn't really add content. But at the same time, I'm happy that they didn't add content, because you know, with the game industry nowadays, and especially where Blizzard is at these days, you can't trust them to make something good. You really can't. So you know what? I prefer if they just don't touch it. Leave it as is and just add like QOL. then although I'm a fan of the Warlock, but at the same time I'm not, because he's just so overpowered. Like compared to other classes, like Warlock really stands out as like way too strong, way too advantageous. And you'll notice that yourself, because if you watch like D2 content these days, D2R content these days, like everybody's playing Warlock. It's really rare that you'll see people playing other things than Warlock. At least that's what I've been observing. I don't know if it's actually true or not. Maybe it's just observation bias. I don't know. So yeah, anyway, in my opinion, Act 5 is the best act, easily. Alright, so we decided to run 10 Eldritch of so we can MF, but mostly so we can get our money back, because we're poor right now. So I use this little nook here to make them come at us one at a time. This nook is not that good, to be honest. It's okay right now because there's no archer, but if you get like you know, spear cats or something like that, they will just like bombard you in that corner, because like that rock in front of you doesn't prevent missiles from passing through. So yeah, you can easily get shot at, and the minions themselves will all gather around. So if you're a pacifist, this is not the best place to be. But if you're not a pacifist, if you're like an archer or something, this place is pretty good, because like I said, it doesn't stop missiles, so you can shoot past it. If you have your mercenary on the side here protecting you, you can just shoot past him and you know, be safe and not be surrounded. We didn't find anything, I don't think, so we did our 10 runs, then we moved on to here, to Crystalline Passage. Now of course we have the super unique Thresh Docket, so we killed them, and I kept everyone else out. They're all coming in. Why? Because we made a bone prison. That's the reason they're all coming out, because it attracts them. And there's that oh yeah, a white Shaco, but I saw that urn, I had to click it. That's the whole reason I was in that corner, actually, because there's an urn, and I'm aware of it, so went for it. I just love those urns, man. I can't live without them. And I like how balanced they are, because, you know, they could have... They could have made it so that like the urns give like a stark bonus in terms of like drop rate and stuff. But instead of doing it like that, like artificially like that, what they did is like they gave the urns a chance at either dropping like almost nothing, or to contain like a pack of monsters, right? And the pack of monsters themselves is like it's a plus, because like if you do like MF in this game, you'll know that like when you're running areas, you're looking for monster packs, like the champion packs, what you're looking for. And the urns will give you one, so it's an extra chance at loot. But you have to work for it. It's pretty nice. So we did the Anya quest. We dodged at the Ring of Death right there. And now we're moving forward. There's a super unique in the Glacial Trail, this Bonesaw Breaker, next to a chest, and we went to kill him. Gave us gloves and boots of rare quality, which could be good, and they're not, but they could have been good. We leveled up at the same time. Got this nice little campfire place with a little rune drop. These cool rats were quite a nuisance. Alright, so Ancients time. So when you spawn the Ancients in the Nightmare and Hell, they have like special attributes that can be problematic. This one had Cursed, and because of Cursed, like we got amplified damage. So we had to re-roll. When you make a portal in Ancients, you lose the fight. Like, you have to do it without going back to town. And, yeah, I learned my lesson. I know what the problem was. I tried to, many things. I tried to continue without the mercenary here. I tried to do, like, Iron Maiden and try to kill them. And, it somewhat succeeded, except for one detail. The thrower, Maddock. Ooh. Let's go there. The thrower Maddock cannot be harmed by Iron Maiden. Yeah. And this is all over if the mercenary dies, because I can't do anything, right? Korlik, the one who jumps, is the least dangerous. Kalik, the one who spins around, is very, very dangerous. Maddock, also very, very dangerous, because he buffs the other guys. And he makes, he hits really hard. It steals your mana, hits really hard. So you want to keep him contained. He's like the most conspicuous one. Like, he doesn't look very menacing, but he actually is the most problematic of the bunch. And he keeps running away all the time too. Yeah, so we just imprisoned him like this, and we just attack him. I almost died. Almost died. I was busy trying to put in potions, and Tala came out of nowhere with the whirlwind and just knocked me for a heart attack. So we level up. This is pretty common when killing them. They say they augment your skills, so they give you XP. So we have the souls, but because we have dim vision and really high resist to lightning, this is not a problem. But I realized that we had these mummies, these unravelers, and so fighting the souls is pointless because they're just going to get revived all the time. And on top of that, we had those freaking awful vipers that like throw bone spears at you, which is really bad. And so we stood a little bit to fight to get some potions, and kill the minion pack, champion pack. And then we tried to move forward. If it wasn't for the mummies, I probably would try to kill the souls, because they have an increased chance of dropping us good runes, and they're not a threat to us. But with the unravel, I didn't want to bother with it. I decided to do the throne as a spot, because it's easier for me to like clear the place for Colenso. Out of teleports. Trying to lure them over. Yeah. There's the mummies, the second wave. This one is very problematic, but we have enhanced bone walls now, so this is not too bad. We managed to get all the bone mages contained, and now we have all the unravelers left exposed to us. They have nowhere to go, so we're just going to go crazy on them, kill them off slowly. Akmel, gotta kill him. He's dead, so now we're left with there's one unraveler left. And after that, we are done, yeah, we're done with it, pretty much. As long as he dies, we'll be good. Thankfully, with the Necromancer's stellar crowd control, this was not a problem. I was tired of that guy shooting at me, so I just made a quick wall. course, Mercenary being useless, he's forcing me to use charges of teleport because he's just gonna get stuck. So this one went a lot easier than the normal wave. Now these guys, again, very dangerous for the Mercenary. Not so much for me, but for the Mercenary, very dangerous. So I tried to isolate them and attack them. See, they're all standing still. It's that bug that came back again. They're all standing still. They're not attacking. They're just like kind of stuck. It's a bug, and you know what? I'm with it. I would be interested to know what causes it, so that I can start abusing it. I don't know what exactly causes it, actually. To me, it seems to be happening randomly, but it has to do with Bone Wall, because it happens a lot when you use Bone Wall or Bone Prison on them. But yeah, no, they're not attacking. They're standing still, so we're just gonna go with it. It's not an exploit. I didn't make this happen. It's a bug of the game since they made the new DLC. It's for them to fix it, not for me to worry about it. Mercenary took this without any issues. Trying to keep him from going over there because he's gonna get Decrepify, and we don't want that. We want to kill them quickly. And I wish he would just like hold the front line instead of he keeps walking back. It's annoying. I swear, I'm pretty sure that the Mercenary is actually like a double agent. He's been hired by the Primeval to like sabotage me from within. Maybe he's like the 4th Primeval and we just don't know it. So same strategy as last time. We're just gonna encase them into countless walls until to the point where they can't move, and we'll just slowly kill them. And it's working out pretty good. I'm working a little too good even. Yeah, so this is the fight pretty much. Just waiting for them to be able to move. This guy is within reach, and my mercenaries just focus on elsewhere, so I have to use a teleport charge, and teleport is expensive, so it's again very frustrating to deal with. Mercenary drives me nuts. I actually want him to get hit for a change. I don't know how we got cast with the Decrepify at this range. We're like at the other edge of the map. We want them to hit us because we have thorns. They're gonna kill themselves, and they did. See, died. That's the end of the minion waves. Now we're gonna be able to go and fight a Bale. And as you know from last time, a Bale fight is not something I'm worried about because we can just keep him pacified with Decrepify. So that's what we're gonna do. Just gonna keep casting Decrepify on him. He's not, and we're standing close because we also want him to hit us so that we can do thorns. I went for potions. I ran out of potions. This fight took a while again because if you listen in, Mercenary barely ever hits, right? He's struggling with accuracy. That's why I was telling you that Blessed Aim is probably a better choice. You see, we barely hit on bosses because of that, the accuracy problem. Non-existent area. I don't know what that means. Probably Cal level. Yeah, it's probably a Cal level. But that's the end of that. So we succeeded in killing Bale. We're in hell mode now. And that's when things changed. Now we no longer have the 10 10 MF limit. We can do as many as we want.
I can't carry anymore.
And we're getting close to our goal of achieving total domination over the whole campaign as a pacifist, which is quite nice. So Conqueror, Ethical, Necro. Conqueror means that you've beaten Normal and Nightmare. And yeah, that was pretty cool. So off we go again, out in the wilderness.
All who oppose me, beware.
We went straight to the Crypt and Mausoleum because these are high-level areas that we can probably manage thanks to our strategy of walling off the doorways. Because we are extremely weak right now. Hell mode is no joke. And so we're using doorways to try to, like... I mean, we're trying everything we can, okay? And our goal is to get some equipment because we're still using... Even for Nightmare, our equipment was not good. So we're hoping that we'll get a miraculous drop and to save us. Because we desperately need it right now. We're not competent at all. So this is like the chest room, I think. I discovered the chest rooms. I would come back here all the time to try to just clear it and get something hopefully out of that chest. And some great things can drop here. Like almost every item in the game can drop in these this crypt. And we went to the mausoleum as well. This is the mausoleum. We did the same strategy. We just wall in the door, and then we just kill them off. What's nice about this area is that the monsters are very, very slow. They tend to move very slowly, so that's to our advantage. And they're all undead. So if you have like any buff that gives like enhanced damage versus undead, like you're gonna hit harder in this area. So it's quite nice. It's quite nice. There's only plus sides. There's hardly any. Well, the major negative side to this place is that it's very far away, difficult of access. Like you have to run through the entire cold plain to get to it. So it's quite inconvenient, but it's the only problem with it. Honestly, I think that if it was closer to town or closer to like a waypoint or something, people would be far more willing to farm this area. But because you have to like walk a lot or teleport a lot, it's quite inconvenient to come to. So people don't really farm here. Bonebreaker is a super unique. He's always there. And he dropped us a Bonehu. Now, if you know anything about this game, Bonehu is like an excellent weapon. Except that it was not ethereal, unfortunately. But you know what? It's still a lot better than what we have. This is 556. Like, look at that. That's a comparison. Look at the damage on that new thing versus the old one. And it's very fast attack speed, so that's also very nice. And I put Hell Runes in it to lower the requirements on it because the requirements are quite high. Now with this, even I can use it. Well, if I had the level, right? So with the new, with the 2 Hell Runes in it, with minus 30% to requirements, now all we have to do is wait for the Mercenary to level up. And we can actually use that. That's going to be a huge boost to our lethal capabilities. Now I'm looking for like things like runes to use for Rune Word, because we desperately need some stuff. I could have, well, at this point, all I have is like
Impossible.
a core rune, I believe. I don't have much, right? So I'm still keeping an eye out for bases, but I don't have room in my chest to keep armor just laying about. So I'm trying my best to find stuff, but the only real rune word that I can make right now is
Put that to good use.
stealth, I guess. But the defense on this armor is far superior to the defense that he has, and he's my frontline fighter, so we have to do something. So I just stock him up, this armor, with like some resists, but he's weak too. And then we're just gonna slap that on him and remove the old one.
Put that to good use.
It's a lot better, actually. That's how bad our equipment was. A random armor with 2 random runes in it is better than what we had. That tells you everything you need to know. So we finished leveling up all the bone skills, like all bone armor, all these are done. So now the extra points that we have, I mean, we don't know where to put them in, pretty much. I finished looting 10 times. Actually, I don't have the limits of 10 times, that's right. I just decided to move on because I needed to level up at this point. And the XP was getting a bit lower on... a bit thin. I kind of want to go to the... I think my goal here is to go to the tower. Because in the tower we can get some really good runes. So I moved forward. So I went through the underground passage. And I'm trying to go to the Black Marsh so that I can find a tower. And there she is, right next to the waypoint, which is really nice. So we're gonna go and explore this place and kill off the Countess. I'm keeping my distance here not to get caught. Okay, so now extra points, I've been putting them into dim vision. All this does, putting extra points, is like increase slightly the duration of the curse, but also the radius of the curse. So when we're trying to blind people, right now, like we can only do like pinpoint blinding. Oh, boots. We can only do pinpoint blinding, but if we put more points into it, like it's gonna, the radius in which like the amount of people or space that we can cover with every cast is increased, and so it's easier to blind an entire like crowd of monsters if it's higher levels. It's worth. I mean, we have nowhere else to put our points in regardless, so it's as good as it gets. Umrune, there we go. It's a great drop. Umrune is an excellent drop. We can do a lot of things with Umrune. We can do, I think we can do like a stone armor. We can do bones, but we're not gonna do that because it's not worth it. Because we don't need plus skill points regardless, so it doesn't matter. We can do a duress with it. And we can do also, we can just socket it into anything, like a helmet, and get resistances out of it. So there's a lot of uses for an Umrune. Now we're in the pit, and in the pit I've been able to like again control the environment by narrowing down like tunnels and such to create choke points with the bone wall, so that we can kill them off without too much risk to ourselves, not getting overwhelmed, and we can just do this like methodically, like over time. I don't know if you've noticed, but like there's like these bone spears that are being cast. We're actually using the bone hue at this point, I think. Yeah, we are. We're using the bone hue, so like we're actually doing a lot of damage now. But accuracy is lacking, so again, if I was using like a blessed aim mercenary, this would be a lot better. But because I've already started exploring hell mode, I can't change it. I don't want to. I don't want to like have to re-explore the map. So I had to just give in to the choices that I made and not seek a replacement. And even looking back, I probably would still stick to it just because I don't want to explore everything once again. It's quite painful how like inaccurate. Well, it's not just inaccurate because there's more things at play. Many of the monsters in the pit have shields, and in this game, monsters can block. And so when they block, you don't hit them, and they don't get it doesn't damage them. So basically what's happening is many of these monsters are just blocking our shots. Like even though we were supposed to hit, they block. So it's quite problematic. So it's more than just like failing to hit in this case. But the higher the accuracy of your pawn, the less chance they have to block. Key of Terror. Now this item is completely worthless. Like we're not gonna do Ubers, right? We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna use that. But it's fun to look at anyway. So I picked it up. I shouldn't have because it still uses two stash space. You know, I feel awkward about like dropping off a key. And looking back, honestly, I think I'm just going to what I'm going to do with future runs of this, like future playthroughs. I'm going to put the keys like in a shared tab. Normally in this challenge, I'm not allowed to use a shared tab, so I only use the personal tab. But what I'm going to do is every time I'm going to get like a key or something like that, I'm going to put into a shared tab. So it's like the same as if I was like not picking it up. But I would rather pick it up so that I can do something with it. If I decide to like do a challenge where like we can actually share loot with other characters, although I don't see that being likely the case. But let's say it is, I'll have a bunch of keys in reserve ready from all other characters, right?
Death within this place.
Because I've already been doing a little bit of that. You know, when in our chests we have limited space, and whenever I get to a point where like my capacity is exceeding my ability to store items, I've been, because since the last expansion there's a shared
Is that enough to earn the rogue's trust?
there's shared like tabs for like gems and stuff. I've been putting stuff in there just to clear space in my chest. Whenever, instead of like just not picking stuff and like wasting them, I've been just storing them away, and I think I'll keep doing that. So we did Den of Evil. We also went back to Countess temporarily. I'm trying really hard here to improve my equipment because it's very shaky. Like I'm nowhere near a place where I can actually push forward at this point. We're very, very, very fragile. Didn't see that monster has Cold Enchanted. Almost paid for it with my life. Our resistances are terrible, as you can see. I know they're not terrible, but they're not good. So we definitely need more equipment. I'm hoping that I can get a duress on the mercenary. Since I have the runes for it, I just need the base. And since I'm trying to make a duress, I'm trying to find like an ethereal base, so I can make a good armor instead of just being crap. But I'm not finding anything, so I picked up that chaos armor just to see what it was, what I can do with it. I'm desperate at this point, and this is going to be the case to the entire run. I'm going to be desperate for armor. And actually, spoiler, I'm not going to... There's a lot of opportunities that I could have had that I'm not going to have because I just can't find an armor base. And I mean, you could just like, I suppose you could just like farm indefinitely until you get what you need, but I didn't do that. I wanted to... The goal for me is not to like push MF forever until maybe I'll die failing to achieve what I set out to do. My goal is to beat the campaign. So at some point I just, you know, I just gave up. I moved forward. In the cloister. In Catacomb level 4. This fight I know is going to be hard, but we do have the new weapon that might be helpful. Yeah, so doorway warfare is the strategy here. Oh, Chris, never seen that before. Must be the new rune word. Yeah, it is. It's interesting. I don't know what the set does. I suppose I could wiki it. You know, I'm not a big fan of a wiki. Another set item. Mask. I think that's Catherine's mask. Yeah, so we're not the only one who can reach over, and Dariel can also reach over, which makes her fight very difficult. Yeah, so clearly the fight was not easy, but we're making progress. I switched to Crepify here to just slow her down. She was very vicious, and this is a pretty common occurrence of like her walking around. Oh, and we got one of the new unique weapons or items for the Warlock. Very, very strong item, honestly, for a unique. I have no idea what that represents, because I'm not used to Warlock yet, so I have no clue if like it's actually good or not. I have no idea.
Hello.
It looks like a decent unique. That's another gripe I have with it, with the Warlock, is that well. Okay, here's the thing, like many of the new items are sensible, like they make sense, but like the problem is that they're inserted into a context where like many of the old stuff does not make sense necessarily. And so like you have like these super well thought out items that are very, very good amongst a bunch of items that are random and just have like limited uses. You can see how like that could be potentially problematic. Here I almost died because the monster was called enchanted and he had conviction aura, and conviction aura draws your resistances, so I almost perished. That was very close. I found a 4-socket armor here that has, you know, higher defense, and I decided to just socket it with like all the element runes so that it gives it resistances to everything. And that's an improvement to what I gave the mercenary initially, which was only covering 2 resistances. And then I looked at it and I look at mine. And honestly, I think that the old armor that he had is better than mine. So I just swapped them. So now I have better resist. Because after that, the last death, like at the last scare, I was like, I need better resist. Like, this is ridiculous. Another set item. And we moved on to Hell, Act 2. Where we got into a scare. We immediately chickened out. I mean, listen. That was a pretty desperate situation. Level 71. Not bad. Alright, so this is the maggot lair. As you can see, this room is packed. It's so packed that I can't access the chest there. So I'm like, okay, well, you know, we're just gonna fight a little bit, clear them out, and eventually we'll get in there. Yeah, spoiler alert, it didn't happen. There were so many freaking larvas and so many monsters that we just could not pierce through. We couldn't. Like, I fought here for like 30 minutes trying to get through that, and I couldn't. I couldn't get to that chest. But eventually, I gave up on this whole thing because it's just not possible. Like, so I went to the other places instead. Because I mean, look at this. It's ridiculous. There's a few like skeleton. There's a few scarabs and stuff, but eventually those will die out, and they won't be replenished because they're like. But the problem is like the queen will spawn those larvas, and those larvas can also spawn more larvas, and so you just end up with like a lot of them, like way too many. And you see like they just spawn. Look at how many there are. I cast dim vision here, and it just lit up the whole place. Just lit up the whole place. So yeah, this whole area is just filled to the brim with like worms, and I just realized like, you know, this is going to be a problem. And he died, so I was like, you know what, F this. This is not working out. I actually went back. Okay, I went back to try to force my way through apparently. That's so funny. I was just trying to see like how many there were, and I'm like, okay, I can probably reach that over there, right? I'm looking for like a teleport way in, and you know, it's not working out. It's not gonna happen. I'm like, okay, let's move on. Cryptic Axe. Now this is an elite version of the polearm he's using. I picked it up and I went to see if I could socket it with put some holes in it to see what would happen, what I would get. Hoping for 4 socket. I got 5, unfortunately. So I can still make an obedience in this, and it would be superior to the bone hood we're using. So I kept this. I'm pretty sure I kept this. Yes, I kept it. So I put it in the chest, I believe. Yep, there it is. So we're back to Countess for some quick runes, hopefully. And we got a pole rune. So now with the pole rune, we definitely can make a stone. So I've been looking like very hard for like an ethereal armor base that I could punch holes into to make a stone for the mercenary.
I am overburdened.
Ideally, I would have made like a duress. Oof. That could have been. Oh, and a Mal rune. Okay, so Mal rune, the best rune word we can make out of this is a prudence. It's a pretty much like a damage reduction elemental piece of armor that gives you like good resist, but also good like damage reduction, magic damage reduction. It's very, very good for us. And I honestly, looking back, I completely forgot about it, honestly. But like looking back, I should have made that. I could just like, actually I know why. It's because I didn't have any hell rune left, and so I couldn't repurpose the armor that I was using for myself, and I didn't find like a 3-socket armor for like the rest of the run. I didn't find anything that was usable for this, so I didn't make it. But I should have, but I didn't. So now this time I wasn't gonna like mess around. I just like quickly went in, grabbed the staff, and ran away before it got out of hands. It's you know, I didn't want to get caught in the same rabbit hole as last time. We're struggling with the room here, with the room for storage. We're out of storage. I'm being very careful here because these vipers are extremely violent. And I just gave up on the fight. I was like, this is gonna take some time. I'm just going to take this freaking amulet and get out of here.
The fight.
At this point, I'm more worried about like surviving because our equipment is not on par with like the difficulty that we're facing, and my goal is close. So I'm I'm worried about dying just before the end here. So I made decisions to just sometimes I'm like, oh, you know what, just fixate your gaze on the goal and don't waste too much time trying to don't get stubborn, you know, just shoot for the goal. So we went to Arcane Sanctuary, and this time I just ran past a lot of the stuff because some of these monsters are difficult to deal with. Here, since we're so close, we don't have a choice. I cast Dim Vision to just like blind people. We don't have to deal with them. Mercenary doing exactly what he's known to do, which is nothing, or nothing good anyway. Like, our goal is to kill the freaking summoner, he just decides,
He was a deluded fool who got too close to truth.
like, just before he kills him, he's like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go after these ghosts, and the ghosts are immune to physical, so like it's not helpful, man. Just kill the guy, that's all we want. So this fight, I picked up on what happened last time, and I decided to adopt that strategy of trying to set up like right by a wall and try to get him to attack me instead.
Impossible.
And Mercenary gave me a hard time, of course. I'm trying to get the Mercenary to like move away. I can position and lure this guy next to the wall. Of course, Mercenary is giving me a difficult time. Now he's dead because he just, yeah. That was a failure, of course. And you're probably asking yourself, like, why doesn't he just teleport? But because it's going to teleport the Mercenary in front of me, and he's just going to interfere with the whole process. It doesn't help to do that. So now he's on me, so I'm trying to make use of that, which is possible. The problem is that because Mercenary interfered so much, I fed him all my potions. Now I have nothing left. And so I had to take a break to get some more potions. And in my haste to get more potions, I didn't get more potions. If you look at my belt, I didn't get the right type of potions. I forgot the healing potions. So I just realized that. I'm like, oh wait, I don't have potions. I have mana potions, that's it. So I'm hating myself right now because I'm like, oh, I have this perfect positioning, and that's going to go to waste because I messed up. Here I was forced to run away because I'm out of potions. Went back again with potions this time. And this time I got myself into position perfectly right by the wall. So now he can't knock me back. And that means that I can just like hold out here. And I didn't have to feed the freaking Mercenaries. So I have more potions for myself. Now my bone wall failed to cast because I have stun. And you see those like little white thing floating above my head? That's stun. What stun does is that if it makes you fail to successfully cast things. Out of potions, but we managed to like get his HP like a lot lower on that run. This time I decided to just like get myself directly into a bone wall or bone prison. The loot was not very good. We got nothing useful out of that. I took a screenshot there and I sent it to my buddy B90 because I was so proud of myself for killing Dura. Because I was telling him, I was like, I don't know how I'm going to beat this boss. And I did. I succeeded, which was a very proud moment for me. I succeeded, but it was not easy. It's very difficult. Into the tower. Level up.
Thanks.
And you can see how fragile he is. Like, just these little imps is enough to kill him. So we have to really play like cowards here. Dalrune is useful. I needed one, so I picked it up. He's a teleporter. That's very dangerous. Especially if she has like a cold enchanted teleport, you want to be extremely careful about that. Because what happens, like before death, they'll start teleporting. And when they die, they do that, see that big explosion that happened? They do that. So they can, what they can do is they can, just before death, they can teleport on top of you. And then the mercenary will kill them and they'll kill you in the process. That's really bad. Got another key. I picked it up. But I shouldn't have, and honestly, because I was struggling with space, with the storage space. I'm showing pretty much every kill that I did here. I didn't skip a single kill that I didn't do. That I did, sorry. Because, again, it's for transparency, right? Just to show you that I actually played this, that you can establish a line of continuity with, like, everything that we've done. You can trace exactly what I did, you know. It's not inconsistent. It's not like, you know, like, you can tell that, like, this character is the same character as, like, last time. And the same character as like when we killed Andario and etc. So like you won't have any doubts that you know I did this because this is a bit of a problem I also find with like challenge runs on this game, is that the people who make these videos of challenge runs and make claims, they are not transparent. Like you can't see. I'm sure like if I'm not accusing them of anything, I'm just saying that in their video you can't see proof that they've done that. It's hard to trace the progress that they've done. I understand because like this game has a lot of like downtimes and such, and so like you end up with a video like mine of like 4 hours that's edited. It's a lot of work. You could just like make that a 30 minutes video that just encompasses like the general gist of the whole thing and call it quits. But the issue that I have with those videos is that if you look at them, all of them, right, they all have one big thing in common, is that every single one of them that proposes like this premise of like, oh, can I beat this game doing only whatever, right? Every single one of them is successful. Like every single one of them is successful. Not a single one of them failed. And the thing is, I've been playing this game for a long time. I have over 40,000 hours in this game, probably, easily, you know. Oh, another Paul room. Yeah, so I have a lot of hours in this game, and even for me, I played very, very well. And even for me, I'm not sure. Like going into this, I wasn't sure that I was going to succeed. And there might be characters where I won't. But I'll show it. I'll show myself dying, and I'll say that it's a fail. Like I didn't succeed with this character, right? But the people who make those videos, you can tell by how they play that they are far less skillful players. You know, they're not as good. Like you can, if you play this game, you know, you can tell by looking at a gameplay, you can tell if someone's like really skilled and someone who's not. You know, when someone's like fumbling around and stuff, you know that they're not that efficient. And yet all those people are just like smashing through all their challenges every time 100%. I struggle to believe that, you know. I think like either they play like with editor or they reload their saves or something. I don't know. I don't want to accuse them of anything. I'm just saying that, like, you know, there's no transparency. You can never tell whether or not they actually succeeded because you have no proof. You got no content to base your judgment on because it's just random clips, random short clips, like in a 30-minute video, and that's not enough time to establish a timeline to verify claims. I prefer to. Oh, that's another example of like the mercenary not doing his job here, because this guy has conviction. I want him to get killed, and I'm trying to get the mercenary to go over there, and he is not cooperating. Yeah, so that's one thing. That's why I'm doing it like this, right? So you can trace back what I did. You can see everything. It's a longer video, you know, it is. But it's actual gameplay. It's not just, hey, I did this, trust me, bro, you know? And for people, like, you know, it's the goal of videos is entertainment. And if people are entertained watching like an abridged, a super abridged version of something, I mean, good for them. But I personally, if I'm claiming that I'm doing a challenge, I'm challenging myself or something, I want to prove that I want to succeed, and I want to prove that I did it, you know? I want to be legitimate, not just say like, I did this, but not really, right? Chain glove, so chances. It's funny that we get this. This is actually really handy to have. It improves your magic point by quite a lot. It's just that we don't need it at this point because we're pretty committed to moving forward. This is a pretty good example of strategy that I use in the Flare Jungle, because those little flares are extremely deadly. They run really fast, they crit a lot, and so I use these bridges as a way to filter them into a single line. Otherwise they just like surround you. We make it to LK, Lower Kurast. Here we can get some really good runes. I don't think I spent a lot of time here. No, I didn't. But I plan to come back to it to get money and such. It's a pretty good gold farm. Yeah, so the format of my videos is probably gonna, you know, garner some criticism, but there's a reason I'm doing it like this, right? It's just to prove that I'm doing this. And if I fail, you're gonna see it. I'm gonna actually show my failures. That's why we have a KSS score, actually, to compare runs and to score them on actual performance, and not just that way. Even if we get a failure, it's not a big deal, because if we ever do this again or whatever, we can compare. So this place was really easy this time because I had a big open room, and with the Bone Prison you can really manage the crowd control very well, as long as your mercenary like cooperates. And this time he didn't, and so I got in a near death situation here where like he left her to rush me, and he just was busy with other things, which is hard to conceive because like he was at the front line there. And somehow she slipped past, like all of them slipped past him. And they targeted me in that corner, which is really bad. I think it has to do with that Holy Freeze aura. It's slowing him down quite a lot. And he's just not as reactive anymore. So we gotta kill the woman. the green boss, whatever her name is. Yeah, Ooze Horn, the unclean. Oof. Didn't think I would get hit there. I did. See, that's the importance of having a really good cold resistance. So we moved on, and this is again very nice layout. You can just like pile them up over here. And I made multiple like backup walls in case it breaks or in case it expires. We can quickly return to like another layer. Because the wall has a time limit. If you get past the time limit, it just crumbles like that. And that was a close call because he almost died there. He almost had no time left. They all have shields on, so they end up blocking a lot of his hits. We narrowed it down over here to like one little point here, and I think we were able to make a lot of progress in killing them. She has teleportation, so I'm very worried about her. She was about to use it, but she didn't. She failed. She died. Good. We didn't get Battlemate Serena in this one. That's strange, because usually she's always here, but in this layout, she's not. It's always the other layout where she's always there. Or maybe she's in another room. It's possible. I didn't bother to check.
Hello.
When you bring back the book, you get 5 stat points. So that's what you just saw. So the sewers. Sewers, again, very dangerous because of the dolls. Teleport with caution. Here it is. I looked at them. I saw the blessed aim. I thought to myself, you know what? It's not worth it. I'm just running through here, trying to get some loot. Use dim vision to get past them without having to fight them. Man, I just hit the chest. The chests are actually really good. This area is like a level 85, so you can get pretty much anything in there. Almost anything. So now here we have to make extra effort to clear the area because I learned from last time that like you know, every time I use a bone prison here I get swarmed. I don't want to get swarmed. At least if I do get swarmed, I want to try to control or limit the amount of swarmage that happens. So I put a lot of effort here into trying to clear this place. And unfortunately I met with these vampires that are always running around and not really fulfilling, you know, the expected task of dying. They're not doing it. I'm reluctant, at least, to do it. So, yeah. And now here, I'm trying not to use the bone wall. It's not working out. So I use it, and lo and behold, will show up. But not that many. Mercenary just being useless as always. So judging by there they come. Nobody was here, and all of a sudden everybody's showing up. Everybody's showing up. I'm like, oh man, really? You're gonna do this to me? But yep, that's how it works. That's how it works. So we retreated. The main danger here is the Hierophants. they can cast Blizzard, and that's very, very damaging. Actually, these Zealots are bad because they attack really fast and they do a lot of crit damage. They can hit really hard on you. Like I was saying before they all showed up, judging by the animation speed of the council member that was after us, one of the bosses is extra fast. Really struggle with this fight. I struggle not because of the monsters. Like I didn't even get to the monsters yet. I'm struggling because of the freaking mobs that keep showing up. Yeah, so he was extra fast as you saw. So that's a good thing. Good point to mention is when you're playing this game, keep an eye out on like minion. Minions means like the tag minion means that like it's a part of a pack of champions. And so like those hero packs, you know, it's a hero monster's servant or aid or whatever, and usually those guys inherit the stats of the boss. So if the boss is extra fast, then or the champion is extra fast, then well, not champions, I shouldn't say champion, because champion is the blue characters, like the blue named characters. The bosses is like uniques, and if the unique monster has like extra fast, extra strong, you know, spectral hits, whatever, the minions will also have them. So you can determine like a lot of the boss's abilities just by looking at their minions. So that's the last guy. He's cursed, so he's gonna cast the amplified damage, and that's not good. It's also cold enchanted, so he's gonna make like a that big explosion. I was cursed, so I just fled to get that off me, because that can easily get you killed. We break the orb, and in we go to Durance of Hate. Now this is like a critical area because there's a full of dolls, and it's not rare for people to croak right here. That almost just happened to me. Like I almost teleported right in the middle of that pack, and if the mercenary had hit one of them, would have died right there. Especially that one. Got the waypoint. Not sure why I got the waypoint, because it's unlikely that I would ever go back there. Probably because this way I can chicken out and not start over. Although, you know, map exploration is static in single player, so getting a waypoint is not that important. These guys were mighted, so extremely dangerous, and they're extra fast too. And actually, the boss seems to have like multi-hit. Yeah, he does. So he's lightning enchanted. So he's very, very dangerous. I think I struggled really hard with these guys. Yeah, they had everything. They had like multi-hit, extra fast, super strong, might, you know, everything. It's just... Look at this guy. This guy's crazy. And he keeps going back to the middle of that thing, so we can't actually fight him. There we go, finally. Jeez. Oh yeah, and this is gonna be... If this is not an indicator of like what's about to happen here, I don't know what is. So you see how we're struggling just to clear the area, just to fight these freaking horrible council members. That's how much struggle it goes into this. You can bet that Mephisto is not easy. It's Very difficult. I'm forced to retreat here because I'm cursed and I need potions. And here comes the battle of the freaking century. This was very difficult. And this is the reason. I almost died right there because we get cast a blizzard out of seemingly nowhere. Unpredictable, and it's just and he's dead. And it was like really hard for me to like, I mean, there's no way I could have like guessed the trajectory of that blizzard. And this boy's casting like crazy. My guy's just dancing around. And I learned why. It's because Mephisto is smart enough to like distance himself from you so he can cast. So when we get him into that prison, he always steps back and go out of reach of the spear and then starts casting like crazy upon you. So I tried to mitigate that by later on making walls behind him so that he couldn't step back. But that took a while for me to come up with that. This one was a freaking cheap shot. That's BS. And he cast another one on top of me over there. And another one. These are deadly. The blizzard by Mephisto. You can easily die into those. Yeah. So then, and another one. See, this area is extremely dangerous to have Mephisto in. So I would refrain from doing that past this point. So I tried to lure him back, and then I almost died for it. So I was like, yeah, you know what? F this. Let's lure him slowly over this direction. I'm gonna go get potions first. Yeah, so this fight, I would say out of 10, I would give it like a -50. I absolutely hated it. This fight, you know, you're watching maybe like 10 minutes of this, and you're probably bored, and so am I, you know, commenting on this. But this fight was way longer than 20 minutes. It was like 45 minutes or something. Very, very long. We got a demon limb, which is a great drop. It gives you enchant charges. But there's a problem with this demon limb. It's ethereal. We can't repair it, and I would come to a grim realization later on. That actually it's bad because I thought to myself, you know, oh well, it's ethereal, so we could just use the charges and that's it, and we'll just recharge it when we need to. But that's the thing, when it's ethereal, you cannot recharge it either. So I only have a set amount of casts for that enchant, which gives you accuracy, which like he's using right now. You see how much he's hitting? Hitting a lot more than before. And I thought I could use it for like ever at that point, but no. We're gonna get through this by casting dim vision. So this is where all the points I put come into play. We're not trying to fight here. We're just trying to find Israel and move on. This time I did not volunteer to be a main frontman. Let the mercenary do the job. Because I'm weak to cold resistances, to cold damage, I mean. So I alternated between amp damage and life tap. Why am I not using Necromancer? Because I want Israel to hit, because we're using thorns. And that's why the HP is going fast so quickly, is because he's hitting himself on us.
I can't carry anymore.
Lots of death on this armor, so I'm considering it. Plus new skills.
He squandered his infernal power.
At this point, what's that gonna do? Like plus 0.2 seconds. Oh, that's a great find. Cold resist 30, that's exactly what we needed. And we had a charm here that was kind of useless, plus 10 life. We don't really care about that. So I freed up some space in here. And we're gonna keep this charm. 30 cold resist, that's huge. Because we need that. I went back to LK to get some money because that Mephisto fight really was extremely expensive. And I was planning for the Chaos Sanctuary, which we're in right now. Prepare for that fight because if Mephisto was bad, this was sure to be really bad. I'm trying to look at that charm and this fucking knight is getting in my way. We found a charm that gives us fire resistance. So we kept it. What character would you like to see next? For me, I think I'm going to go with Barbarian, actually. I have a choice between, I mean, all of them. I think the most common character that people pick is Paladin, or Pacifists, because it's Thorns. And, I mean, if I was to make a Paladin, I would probably go with Thorns. I'm not sure yet, but most likely I'm going to go with Thorns. So I'm reluctant to make a Paladin because every time that people make these kind of runs, like the Pacifist runs, it's always with a Paladin. So I'm definitely going to make a Paladin, but do I want to do it right now? Not really. But Barbarian, I cannot really see anybody making a Pacifist Barbarian, because Barbarian is very it's built to be like a frontliner, you know, like a direct hands-on combat. It's not meant to be like some kind of like support character. So I'm interested to see what the result would be. So most likely it's going to be Barbarian. My favorite class in Diablo 2 is the Assassin. So again, I'm very tempted to make an Assassin. There's also Sorceress, that's really fun. And Warlock. Warlock I have barely ever played. So I'm interested to see what a Warlock Pacifist would look like. Alright, down to Lord Desace. Lord Desace is a difficult character. He's lightning enchanted, so I'm not willing to jump in there to fight him. So I'm gonna wait until like the Bone Prison ends. I'm gonna use the Crepify on him to prevent him from fleeing, and there he goes. So it doesn't actually prevent him from fleeing, it just slows down his animation to like we can continuously hit him to prevent him from performing an attempt to run. Now these guys I'm worried about because they're fast. It's taking a while. But slowly but surely. Now we captured the big guy, so as soon as he dies, everybody else will. That's the main goal. I didn't want to mess with the rest of them. Don't really care at this point. I just want this over with.
Not even death can save you from me.
Since I'm cursed, oh, it went away. Okay. We came back and immediately we got bone prisoned. He's over there. Now I found a strategy with this fight. if I could just get to enact it, because I immediately got shot with. At least my character did not. My mercenary did not die immediately. Yeah, we keep getting bone prisoned and everything. Not just and that. The strategy now is quite different than before. I'm trying to get him out of the freaking stars. And that seems to be a struggle. Alright, so he's out. So we're using the corrupted fire to slow him down. I'm trying to preserve the mercenary so that he doesn't perish. And he's doing a good job not immediately dying to the lightning inferno, which we always hate.
Thanks.
But as you can see, I'm trying to get close and I struggle to even get close to. This is a strategy that I was talking about. So I found that whenever he does his charge, like this is like the slowest animation that Diablo has. And the effect of it only apply at the end IO that he casts it on. But if you're away from him and you move from that, it doesn't apply. Like the hit won't work. And it's his slowest animation. So the greater the distance of this animation or skill, whatever you want to call it, charge, the furthest he goes, right? So the furthest the longest the animation is. And so if you cast like Decrepify on him while he's casting it and move aside, then you can exploit the movement he's doing, that he's forced to do, he's stuck into, to hit him while he moves, and he will not like do anything else. He's stuck in that animation. So you can keep hitting him and then move aside and then just constantly like cast Decrepify on him to keep him locked in that state, and then we can just keep like striking at him without him doing those lightning infernos and God knows what else to kill our mercenary. So that's a way I found to kill him. And now that I know that this works, like this is a good strategy for like future runs. Like if you want to beat like you want to make a pacifist, you want to beat the Diablo on any character, on the Necromancer especially. You can do this. You can just cast a Decrepify while he's charging it at you. So you just have to taunt a charge.
Lord Diablo, I have bested you.
So that was a discovery that I didn't know of. That really highly like simplified the process of killing Diablo. So Diablo in Hell, surprisingly enough, was not that hard. I lost my mercenary maybe like 4 or 5 times instead of like the 20-ish times like before. Now we're running past everything here. I'm just casting dim vision on everything around me to just get them to ignore me, really. I'm not really helping. I'm not interested. I just want to keep going. Ran out of potions. We went to kill Shank just because, you get a socket quest out of this, and we never know when that's going to be useful. So we're actually taking the time to kill Shank. There's Shank. Alarm rune, that's so good. Okay, so alarm rune, what we can make out of this is a smoke. Very, very good rune word. Gives defenses, life, resistances, like a lot of resist. I think it's plus 50 all resist. A very, very strong rune word. You just need an armor base, and we had one before. I don't know if you noticed, like we had like an ancient armor in the chest that we could have used. It was 2 sockets. We could have used for that, but I threw it away. I threw it away because I was running out of space, and I was like, oh, I'm never gonna find a lum rune. So yeah, that was a mistake. I hated myself for that. I was never able to find another one. Like up to the end of the run, I could not find anything. No socketed armor or anything. I guess I could have spent more time looking, but I didn't. We found this. We made this amulet. Craft this amulet. It's better than what we're using. What we're using is not that great actually, but this isn't even great itself. We don't care about the +1. but it does give us faster cast rate and a bunch of other stuff. So we did keep it and replace it. It's like -3 all resist. It's not a big deal. We do get some other benefits. And this other one that we just made, absolute trash.
I can't.
So we're running this to try to fill up our coffers again, as we've been reeling with deaths from the mercenary. That's been, now he's expensive now. He's like several thousands, tens of thousands, right, to resurrect. We went back to the pits. The pits is a great place to find armor base and weapon bases, item bases for runewords. That's why I was there, just to find like a, you know, a high level equipment. Even a white one, like a normal one, is better than nothing. Right? So we've been camping around here to try to find like some elite versions. This is the time when I found this wire fleece, I think. And of course, I rolled it 4 socket, and I don't want 4 socket. I want 2 or 3 sockets. That's what I care for. I don't want 4 sockets. But that's what we rolled, and that's going to be a common, like a recurring meme of this run. Always finding 4 sockets, but not what we need. This is an example of like how convenient fighting in here as a necro is, because we can really control, like we can design an environment that is suitable for our needs. Thanks to the stairs, you know, we made a bone wall into it, and now it becomes like a super narrow place where we can kill them one at a time. They can't surround us. It's very convenient. Look at that, Sanders. Strategy for level 2 is just to make a choke point right there and just kill them all. The only problem is the shamans that are scattered around this area. There's 4 of them. The shamans, you have to venture out to go kill, because otherwise they're just going to keep reviving the little gremlins. But we devised a strategy as we went to deal with them. I have a bunch of archers here. These guys were not a problem because we had dim vision. We can just have them wait patiently, blinded, while we get ready to kill them. And the boss, we can just like encase in bone prisons that they don't have the strength to fight us. I'm sure on other characters those skeletons are, those archers are going to be a real problem. But here, nah. Alright, so I found this thresher, this giant. Oh no, it's because I'm trying to recharge the. Sorry, I got this wrong. I'm trying to recharge this demon limb, and I'm realizing that actually I can't recharge this thing. Because I'm remembering that ethereal, even if like we're talking about charges, you can't refill them. Now I forgot. and it's empty. So this thing is good. I mean, it could still be used as a weapon because it repairs itself, right? But you can't recharge like the charges on it, so that thing is useless. Had I known, honestly, I would have kept it for like boss fights, like for Bale and stuff. But I forgot. On the Scarab Husk, it's an armor. We could potentially use it for like that smoke or whatever. So I took it and tried to punch some holes in it with the recipe. And what we got was the meme. The meme! The meme comes back. The freaking meme of 4 sockets. Of course. A great Hauberg. I'll let you guess how many sockets is gonna happen. Like how many sockets we're gonna get out of this. I'll just let you guess.
I can't.
So the recipe is a Talthol and perfect topaz. And indeed, 4 sockets. You guessed it. Congratulations, you got it right. And have a cookie. Went to the tower because I thought to myself, you know what, might as well. Because we could get you can get some high runes in the tower. You can get the minions of the council, the countess. She can drop. They can drop up to bear rune if they're lucky. So. But instead, we got 2 keys of terror, like double key. That normally in a normal circumstance, this double terror key is a great drop. But because we're a pacifist, we're not going to do. We're not going to bother with like uber level pandemonium. It doesn't really matter. We find these keys. It's not what we want. This layout for this LK was actually quite convenient. I had a lot of things that I could click on my way to the spots. An AM rune. Those AM runes are always useful. It's one, AM and Sol are like some of the most useful runes out there. They're using a lot of recipes. Same for Rao. Oh, there we go. That's actually something useful. I picked that up. Heavenly Garb. It does plus 50% to damage to undead. And it gives you some resistance and everything. That's actually something that I'll probably take advantage of because hitting plus 50% on undead is nice. So there's a way to... Here I used the wrong gem. It's supposed to be diamond, but there's a recipe to upgrade like any unique that you find. So emerald is for weapons and the diamond is for armor. So I made a small mistake there. But now I upgraded it to the next level. So normally it's a normal item, but we can turn it into an exceptional and even elite items if you have the runes for like the recipe. If you have the ingredients for the recipe, you can do that. So we did. So we're losing 20% resistances, but we're getting plus 50% damage against undead. Which is really plus 100% because we're using amplified damage anyway. Every time I get a Tal rune, I get a mini heart attack because I'm looking for a foul rune for like an obedience. Oh yeah, this place was hell on earth for me. Like I almost died like 4 times in here. You can guess why. I mean, look at these guys. Extra fast, mighted, and minotaurs. Like this place is a hellscape. And he disappeared in a second. I just kept running. I was like, you won't get me alive. These guys are fanatism. There's these vipers that shoot these bone spears that are devastating. They're the witches that shoot like these physical fireballs at you. And then this place was guarded by these guys, and when they hit you, they become really fast. I somehow managed to squeeze past them into the frozen river. Now we're gonna use a lot of oof, bad teleport. I use a lot of like what do you call it? He died, of course. Dim vision is gonna be used a lot here.
I can't.
That was very dire situation here. This corner.
Impossible.
Don't forget, like the main weakness of my pacifist as a necromancer is that we have no way to deal with missiles, and this place is all missiles. That's all we get. So yeah, not great. I'm surprised I even managed to click her in that condition. It was like buried under them. So we'll see what kind of garbage she prepared for us this time. And let's see what we got. Are we going to be disappointed? Are we going to be expecting any better? And it's trash. Of course it is. Of course it's trash. So we move on. We go past the tundra. We go to the Ancient's Way here, trying to find our way to Eretz Summit, and we found it, but it was guarded with these mean people, these mean creatures, and I gave up. I was like, you know what, F it. So here I prepared like the arena. I dropped a bunch of, I forgot to record. I dropped a bunch of potion everywhere, and I had to reset the fight 3 times, like basically how you reset is you activate it, then you make a teleport, and it just stops it. I had to reset it like 3 times, and I got to a point where like this is pretty good. I'm being careful not to accidentally like make a portal, because that'd be totally my style. Like out of reflex to make a portal and then be like, oh crap, I shouldn't have done that, you know. But we got to a point where like Korlik and Talik were not undefeatable, and then we just imprisoned this guy and kept wailing at him until eventually he folded. But it took some time. This fight altogether was not that long, but so that's the issue. Like if you let him, if you give him a second, he's gonna run away, and then it becomes very difficult to deal with him. And because he's a thrower, our Thorns aura doesn't help him, and same for like doesn't help us, and same for attacker takes damage of. It does not apply to him. And he's very strong. You see my mercenary got like absolutely clapped against him. So we can't just like force our way through. It doesn't work. But we killed him. So now we should be like, I don't know, level 73 or 4. I'm not sure. I think I'm having like a break there. 70 something. I didn't even see it.
am overburdened.
Well, you're probably gonna see it and be like, is he blind? It's because I'm watching the footage on my editing software while, you know, capturing my commentary, and the screen is tiny, so I can't make it out exactly like the values. But on your screen, it's gonna be full screen, so you're gonna see it. Yeah, this place was not fun. Normally, those gem shrine you should always use. What it does is it upgrades any gems you got to the next level, and if you don't have any, it'll generate one of the base level. Because I didn't have any, that's what it did. If you were to find one, that's not what you want to do. That's what you want to open up a portal, go get a flawless gem, and then activate the shrine, and it'll turn it perfect. But you saw in what condition we were. We didn't have. Plus, don't we need a perfect gem? We don't. We have plenty of them. Alright, so now I'm using corpse explosion not on the monsters. I'm using it to get rid of like the undead corpses laying about, because I'm thinking about the next wave of monsters, which are you know, those mummies that resurrect things, and I don't want to deal with that. So I use the corpse explosion to get rid of the corpses. That way they can't use them anymore. And that's not against the rules, because you know, it's the corpse explosion is not used against any monsters. It's used just to clear corpses. It's not a problem. I'm looking around if there's more, just in case, because sometimes they can have like really long reach. Or if we retreat, we don't want to be caught in a bad situation. Now, because we leveled up dim vision a lot, now they're all blinded, which is really convenient for us. So this fight went a lot easier just because our dim vision was high level. It's just that the mercenary was like not very cooperative in a lot of instances. I'm feeling awfully sleepy right now. No idea why. I slept well last night. At least I think I did. It's old age, man. Old age. When you get older, you start slowing down. And you start feeling like sleepy, like middle of the day. Back when I was young, I never did like naps and stuff. Never needed to. And now that I'm old, I I find myself needing naps. So the Travincal guys, same as before. You know, there's only really one way to fight these guys. And he died because, yeah, I don't think I ran out of teleports. I just didn't think he would die there, but he did. He died very quick. We're getting close to the end of our challenge here. We're in hell mode. We're on the 4th wave of the Bale of Minions. Coming to an end soon. That means almost coming to an end for me as well in terms of editing. You know, editing, you know, you don't think about it much when you watch YouTube. Like there's a lot of work that goes into these making videos and such. And I'm barely doing the minimum. I can hardly imagine, you know, people who put a lot of effort into making videos, man. I can see why people would get tired of doing that, or why people hire like editors. You know, when people start hiring editors, like their videos kind of lose their sense of or like individuality. They become like kind of like a how do I explain this? They kind of get like this quality that's like very generic. right? But I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying. But I understand it now because like it's extremely tedious to edit. For example, for this playthrough, I would say it's about like 45 hours that it took me to do this in total. But not only that, like actually, you know, commenting and making a thumbnail and making an intro, all these things, that's a lot of work. When you watch videos, like you'd be tempted to think, oh well, it's a 10-minute video, it couldn't have taken more than an hour, right? Sometimes you'd be surprised, man. Sometimes it's like months, you know. I was talking to a buddy of mine, that guy Prez. If you watch like if you know anything about Project Zomboid, that guy Prez makes like some pretty good videos on, well, pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. I'll just say it. In my opinion, pretty good videos, pretty entertaining videos on, you know, challenges and stuff. And he's featured my challenges a few times. And I asked him a question about like how he makes his videos. Sometimes it's like several weeks of editing for him to make. But you watch his video, it's like 1 hour. You're thinking to yourself, like, it can't be that long, right? At least you would be tempted to think so. But it's extremely long, so I can totally see why some people like struggle long term. If that's your full-time job, that's all you do, that sounds horrible. But I guess the money's in there, right? Some people can make a living. I don't think they actually make a living out of the video portion itself. I think it's like the sponsors that really pay them. But then with that comes like the problem of like having to pollute your videos with like actual ads and features and all these things. Would I do that here? Probably not. But I'm not even worthy of sponsoring anyway. And so this fight, you could expect it to be as tedious as the previous fights. It's not tedious, it's just long. It takes a long time. But I realized the problem here. We barely ever hit. I don't know if you noticed, but the bone spear that comes out, it's 50% chance to cast. So it should, if it hits, it should happen way more frequently, but it's not. And that reason is because we're barely ever hitting. And that's why it's taking so freaking long to bring his HP down. Because actually we hit pretty hard. I mean, the mercenary does, but he's not hitting. So I realized this, and so I made a choice about halfway through the fight to remedy this situation. Since we're at the end, this is the end part of the challenge. And I don't need to preserve my exploration of the world anymore. So I went and got a Blessed Aim mercenary at last. You know, the whole way through, I was thinking to myself, you know, I should have done that. But there's the time when I decide, you know what, I should do this. And I do. I get rid of all the gear that he has, just drop it on the floor. And then I go and buy a Blessed Aim mercenary. Now, what does Blessed Aim do? It increases exponentially the user's attack rating. So it's very, very good. Attack rating allows you to hit. So you're going to notice that he's going to start hitting a lot more often here. Yeah, see? Like, that's a lot more spears than before. And you can hear like Bale's like grunts of whimpers of pain. He's actually getting hit, and the HP is going down a lot faster, but it's still slow. So this fight would still last quite a long time, but at least it's very relaxed. All I have to do is like right click the Crapify every so often. And see here, there's a cut. We sped into time. This is maybe like 25 minutes later. Yep, 25 minutes of this. And you have to pay attention because the mercenary can die, you can die. We're not gonna die at the end here, so we're paying attention. So 25 minutes later, this is where we're at. And then another cut here. Oh, I think I went for potions. Yeah, I went for potions. Had a bit of a struggle here because he was not decrepified yet. But now we're back. And that's 10 minutes later. You see like where we're barely making progress. And then way later, like I think this is like 15 minutes later. So we're like what, 15 minutes into the fight? Yeah, about 50 minutes. Almost an hour. We're finally getting close. At least it's an hour, but it's like we're not struggling. Like, we're taking potions, yes, but like not that much. At last, an hour later, an hour and 5 minutes later. So 65 minutes later, we're about to end this. And you can tell my guy's like, I'm tired. I'm like, come on, just freaking die already. Because I mean, you can imagine how long that was. So that's done. We got absolute garbage as drops, of course. But that's done. The challenge is done. We've done the whole campaign at all difficulty. SSF, hardcore solo self-found. No melee, like no actual combat. Full pacifist. We did the whole thing. So that's the end of the run. We're done. We got the Guardian Ethical Necro tag, and that leads to the end. We're like what, level 78 or 70? What was this? Just a quick afterthoughts after the challenge. Just to give you my opinion. I really enjoyed doing this with Necro. It was really fun. I think Necro is really suited for support roles, so that helps. And if I was to think back, like I said, the mercenary, you should get blessed aim. And I would say, you know, to not be so conservative with your drops, because I had a bunch of runes that I didn't end up not using. I could have made something out of it, which would have helped us tremendously with, like, you know, being resilient and all that. But I kept waiting for like the perfect armor, the perfect weapon, the perfect this, the perfect that, and in the end I had nothing. They were all in my chest, but I didn't have anything like in my hands or on my character or on my mercenary to help me. So that's a lesson that I'm going to draw for future runs, is to not be so freaking picky with like item bases. And if I'm going to be picky, then freaking work for it to get the stuff, instead of just like trying to just survive and focus on surviving, but then not using the resources that you have. Another thing that I would have to say is that mercenaries suck. I think that's pretty clear, but I had no idea how much of a pain they were until I came to only depend on them. And that's going to be something that will plague me the whole time this challenge. So anyways, hopefully you enjoyed this as much as I did. I had a great time. If there's anything that you would like me to do that I haven't done that you think would be a good idea, feel free to suggest. And if there's anything that I did that you don't like, feel free also to say, so that I can maybe correct that. Okay? Hopefully you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. That was the Necromancer's playthrough of my SSF Pacifist Challenge series. I'm going to do all the character classes, and I think the next one I'm going to do is Barbarian, most likely. But I'll do all of them, and I'll release them in a playlist so that you can watch them, binge them if you want, watch them individually if you want. That's up to you. Okay, have a good one, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Take care. Bye-bye.